was telling her it would be better.
Last night I congratulations. So where are you off to the Spirit Kids?
Yeah. It's a 6 to 10 That's crazy. Oh my God.
That's what my son's favorite is. You go home like 2 days.
Accessibility. Other side, the right
I was going to get the extra large, but now it's still getting small.
Every time I go, my same you guys' building.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful building.
Oh yeah. I don't know how previous is going.
Yeah, I think so.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees and the Superior Urban Renewal Authority Board of Commissioners for Monday, November 18th, 2019. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Phyllis, could we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Clint Folsom,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lysis,
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hammerly,
Here.
Ken Lish,
Here.
Kevin Ryan, Neil Shaw,
Here.
Lars Kaczynski,
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley,
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry,
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Harden.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda, and I know of one change to the agenda. 3D is going to be pulled, just pulled off, not pulled for discussion, but just pulled and delayed till the next meeting. Any other changes that board members would like to make? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Folsom. All those in favor? All right.
Do we need a roll call?
No, this is the agenda. It's the approval of the
Oh,
agenda.
sorry, yes.
We're not on the consent yet.
Sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the agenda? Right, that passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, and we would normally have announcements now, but we just did that in the work session. So if you missed that, you can hit rewind.
And Mayor, just to point out, moving forward, the reports will be at the end of the
Yes.
agenda.
Yeah, we've made a decision to change the meeting time, normal start time to 6 o'clock moving forward. We had a work session tonight, that's why it's at 6:30 tonight, and move the reports to the end of the meeting. All right, so now we're on to public comment, and this is public comment on consent agenda, presentations, and non-agenda items. If you are here to comment on our public hearing, which is item number 5, the downtown Superior item, we ask that you wait, if you can, and deliver those comments during the public hearing, so they're included as part of that record. All right, at this time, we'll open public comment. Ms. Forshee.
Gladys Forshee, 404 South 3rd Avenue. I wanted to tell the town board that Douglas Street at 2nd Avenue has been closed off by the sidewalk by Boulder Creek Builders. Of course, this is non-compliant to American Disability Acts. We have now also planted trees in that intersection that has been closed. Now that intersection has not been vacated. That intersection still belongs to the residents of the town of Superior. It was plotted years and years and years ago. It should not be closed off. Boulder Creek Builders has not turned out to be a friend to original town residents in the South Addition. I agree, Ken, the new parking area up on top of the hill for the new trailhead is very nice. I went up and looked at that today. And of course, we on South 3rd Avenue are thrilled that the new parking is done. So now the parking scenario should improve for us on Depot Street and on 3rd Avenue. However, and anyway, ProStack and OSAC both stated that there would be no parking signs installed on Depot Street when the new parking area was opened. That hasn't been done yet. I talked to Public Works today. They know nothing about that. So I want to know when those no parking signs are going to be installed on Depot Street. And you can be assured that we residents will be in touch with Boulder County as to when the gates screeching as much and blanging as much as they do will be removed or at least locked. So I want to know when Public Works will be installing the no parking signs on Depot Street. I have done 2 open record requests. I have the original for Phyllis and then a copy for each of you. One of those is about the listing of the years and dollar amounts paid to Superior Chamber of Commerce from the town of Superior, Boulder County, Colorado, USA yearly budget. Now the Chamber of Commerce is a private entity. My tax dollars should not be paid to that private entity. There are lots of other businesses in this town that are entitled to that too if you're going to do that, one. That is totally illegal. I will not pay for, on the bottom of this form that you will see, there's a fee that can be charged. I will not pay that fee because of the illegality of your scenario. I also want to make sure that this open records request is so documented in the hard copy of the town board minutes tonight. And I'm going to say, you as elected officials have done an illegal scenario, and you are betraying we voters and residents of the town of Superior regarding this scenario. My other open records request is, here again, the original, to fill us in a copy for each of you, is regarding the town of Superior document stating original town residents' monies that would be delegated to Superior Metropolitan District Number 1. The dates and dollar amount of original town residents' monies that have been paid to Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 from the origination to present day. And here again, I request that this is so noted in the hard copy of the town board minutes tonight. Here again, I will not pay for the fees for this. Now, on page 9 of the town board minutes of October 28th, 2019, Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, there's dollars available for, quote, critical town needs, unquote. In goal number 2 of those same town board minutes is a trail to a vista, from a vista to Flatirons. This is not a critical need when there are massive, hazardous safety conditions threatening original town residents that I have talked to you about before, about the underbearing of the overhead power lines. This is a massive scenario just waiting to happen, and none of you have made an effort to come and look at the issues that I have been talking about. Now, there's the monies that original town residents has paid into Superior Metropolitan District. Now use that money to benefit the residents and protect them for safety issues. I'll give these to Phyllis.
All right, thank you for the comments. Any additional public comment?
Can I just ask for follow-up? Matt, do we have something scheduled on a future agenda to talk about original town and undergrounding the power lines there?
Yeah, after the first year. Yep.
Okay.
All right, additional public comment? Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. We don't have any, and advisory committee reports don't have any. All right, we are on to the consent agenda, which we have items A, B, C, E, and F, G, and H. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the, actually, we do have a proclamation, the Socket Tuum campaign. Would someone like to volunteer to read the proclamation? Ken, thank you.
Proclamation for the Socket Tuum campaign. Whereas the Socket Tuum campaign was begun in Denver in 2011 and has spread to cities throughout the United States. And whereas socks are the #1 clothing need of the homeless, as they wear out faster than any other article of clothing and are rarely donated. And whereas the Socket Tuum campaign has designated the second Wednesday in December as Socket Tuum Wednesday, a day when our residents are asked to forego wearing their socks as a show of support for the homeless and to recognize the great need of homeless persons for warm socks. And whereas as of April 2019, over 525,000 socks have been collected. And whereas the town of Superior fully and strongly supports this effort and encourages our residents to participate by going to work sockless and donating socks for the homeless. Now, therefore, the mayor of the town of Superior and the board of trustees do hereby proclaim November 18th, 2019 as Socket Tuum Work Day in the town of Superior and encourage all of our residents to doff their socks on November 18th, 2019, and donate socks for the homeless from now through December 31st, 2019.
All right, thanks, Ken. And we'll have a collection bin out December 1st for the month of December. So this will be the 4th year that we've participated in that, and I appreciate everyone's support on that important program. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, and if we will need a roll call vote on this.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Second by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote, please.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hammerly.
Yes.
All right, consent agenda passes. All right, we're on to item number 4, adoption of a resolution of the town approving the financing plan for the STC Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, and a resolution of the Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving the financing plan for the STC Metropolitan Districts numbers 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2019 bonds to be bonds under the 2013 cost-sharing agreement.
Thanks, Mayor. Yep, tonight, the Superior Town Center Metropolitan District number 2 is proposing to issue debt Series 2019 bonds in around December 2019 for the downtown Superior development and public infrastructure that is needed for the remaining infrastructure that needs to take place for the development. The districts are seeking the town board and Superior Urban Renewal Authority's approval of the financing plan to issue these bonds, which have been included in your packet of the finance plan. Brooke Hutchins is here tonight from D.A. Davidson. She's the vice president for D.A. Davidson, and I'm going to invite her to come up and just share some information with the board and answer any questions that you might have related to the finance plan and the bonds that are to be issued.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Hutchins. I am an employee at D.A. Davidson, and we are the underwriter for the proposed debt. I think I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you guys might have on the transaction. Megan Becker, who represents the district, is also here and has some opening comments, so I'll let her take the floor.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. I'm Megan Becker. I'm General Counsel for the STC Metropolitan District numbers 1, 2, and 3. Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather, so apologize for my voice. Yes, so as Mr. Magley said, we're here tonight in accordance with the service plan requirements. The districts were organized back in 2013, I believe, and pursuant to the service plan, which is the document that was approved by this board, each time the district goes to issue debt, there are certain requirements we must fulfill to evidence we're in compliance. That includes submitting to the town and to SORA a finance plan. So the documentation we submitted on October 31st, we believe is in compliance with the requirements of the finance plan. And we're here tonight to request the town's approval. All the requisite financial documents, bond documentation, opinions, and evidence of compliance with the service plan limitations and mill levy caps was provided in that information. The debt that will be issued will refund in its entirety the district's outstanding 2015 bonds. So it'll be refunded at a lower interest rate for net present value savings. And then there will be a new money component that will net about $70 million in proceeds. Those proceeds will be utilized to finance existing public infrastructure that the district has constructed to date, as well as some additional future public infrastructure, including $10 million associated with civic spaces. That's a requirement under the SURA agreement. And so with that, I'm here to answer questions. Brooke Hutchins is here, and we appreciate your consideration.
Also, Paul Nillis, Town Finance Director, is here as well to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
I'll go. In the letter that was provided with all the supporting documentation, there are references to note that each of these attachments are in draft form and subject to change. Have any of these attachments changed in form in any way since we received this?
There have not been significant or material changes. The documents will remain, I hate to say preliminary, but preliminary in a sense until we can get into the market with the bonds and the final terms are determined, you know, while we're in the market.
Right.
So there's only so far we can go, but we do not anticipate any material changes to the documentation in front of you.
Okay. And can you please describe what liability, if any, accrues to the town through this effort?
The debt is debt of the districts, not of the town.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions. For purposes of the record, 2015 debt that is being retired, how much was that original bond issuance, and then how much is being repaid?
I'm going to ask Brooke to answer that question.
Sure. So the senior bond that we are refunding was originally issued in the amount of $17,055,000, and the subordinate bond that we are refunding was originally issued in the amount of $7 million. All of that is being refunded by this transaction.
And was that the total amount of bonds that were issued in connection with this project? So it was only about 25 million total?
In 2015, yes, correct.
So, in terms of what's being borrowed right now, right? So we're retiring the 25 million of existing debt, and then we're borrowing an additional 70 million, correct?
Yes.
So 95 million. And, you know, one of the things that I was struggling with when I was going through these materials is it looked like I was on page 184 before I actually saw any dollar amounts, which to me seems like when we're borrowing these sums of money, kind of seems like an important detail to not bury in the documents that are going to the public and being presented to the board. So best practices going forward, I think at a minimum in the cover page, there should be, unless I missed it, the dollar amounts, or at least the rough estimates as to what the dollar amounts are going to be.
Yeah, we can do that in the information that we provide to the public moving forward.
Okay. These
are district documents. They're not the town.
Right.
But we're just reviewing them. But in the information we put out, we can definitely do that.
In terms of the total amount of bonding that is authorized, and then the interplay with the cost sharing agreement and the TIF, and so it's my understanding there's $145 million hard cap, but then under the cost sharing agreement, only 75% of that is eligible for TIF proceeds. So it's like 109 million, 108 million. Is that correct?
Correct. Approximately. I haven't done the math, but yes.
Okay. And with this bond issuance, we're going to get, and this is really a question for the developer, we're going to get Parks 1 and 2 built?
Good evening, Bill Jenks, RC Superior. Yes, we've talked about the language in the cost sharing agreement before that had that $50 million net proceeds trigger, which funded that $10 million civic space obligation, which is section 16 of the cost sharing agreement. This bond being a total of roughly $90 million in net proceeds. Is that net proceeds? 70 in net proceeds. Obviously triggers that 50, and so that $10 million obligation becomes an immediate obligation of RC Superior. The town can either choose to accept a check or have us build out the parks. We've been operating under the assumption that we'll be building out the parks in 2020. So we're working right now on getting all those plans up to speed. We're engaging our own design consultants to get that done, and we do plan on building those parks, at least starting construction, likely in summer of 2020.
Okay. So we're not going to be waiting on another bond issuance before we're talking about Parks 1 and 2. Are you anticipating another bond issuance, or is this going to be it for the development?
Yeah, I mean, you can never, it's all subject to the bond market and also the speed of development and what happens with the actual development. So you can never be certain. We do anticipate right now a potential third bond issuance, I think in 2025-ish. Which would be based on the additional AV created by additional office and kind of full build out of the project over the next 5 years.
Okay. In addition to Parks 1 and 2, Marshall Bridge, is that also contemplated to be funded out of these bond proceeds?
Likely. It's not part of that $10 million civic space obligation.
No, it's not.
Likely.
Can we condition our approval on including Marshall and Parks 1 and 2 into this bond round?
Certainly we can. I don't know what that's going to do to their financing, but.
I'd rather you not. Certainly Parks 1 and 2.
I'm sure there are a lot of things you'd rather us not.
Yeah.
We want parks, we want a bridge. Trustee Lish asked a good question about the town's liability for the bond, the debt that is being issued, and that it's not going to accrue to the town, but it is going to accrue to the property, the homeowners and the property owners that are within the metro district's boundaries, right? And currently that liability is paid wholly within the TIF, and then once the TIF goes away, they're responsible for it through the mill levies that are assessed on those properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the mill levy that a property owner in this district, what are they reasonably anticipating that they're going to be paying to pay back these bonds?
Yes, that varies by district. So on the residential district, district number 1, that's 50 mills Gallagher adjusted. On District 2, which contains the ice arena and the medical office, it's 35 going to 44 mills. And on District 3, which contains mostly the new commercial, it's 20 going to 29 mills in 2024.
And those 50 mills that the residential homeowners are paying, that's essentially 50 mills more than any other resident in Superior is paying, roughly?
Well, not necessarily, because there's a district mill levy on the Resolute property. There's a district mill levy on the Lanterns property.
How about Rock Creek?
Rock Creek, that would be correct.
And what exactly does
and that's because District 2 and 3 in Rock Creek, that mill levy just expired last year. And it was at one point 20 something mills, I think was the highest it got to when it first was issued.
Okay. And what's the timetable for these mills to sunset?
So the bonds have a 30-year maturity. I believe we have a 40-year discharge on that debt. I'd have to go back and check the cover, but I believe it's 2059 is when it was 49 for maturity. That's correct.
And I presume anybody that's purchasing a home in this area is given notice of the mill levy?
Yeah, there's multiple ways disclosure is made. There's recorded disclosures on the property specifically for the district. So it's not just the, hey, you may be buying in a district, which we know helps no one, but there's actual district disclosures recorded on the property. There's postings that are made at the Division of Local Government, which you do need to look for, but anyone that looks up STC Metropolitan District can find those as well. And then we're working with the builders directly to hand out information packets that contain all of that information as well.
For the residential homeowners that are purchasing right now, what are they looking at in terms of what they're paying right now compared to what they're going to be paying in a couple years once these bonds hit?
I'll look at Brooke to confirm, but it's the same. So
it's already 50?
Correct, because of the 2015 bonds.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
So I have a question, Bill, probably for you. So regarding so I'm trying to, with regard to the $10 million contribution as a result of this, so this will hit that trigger. When I look at the different categories that are as part of these bonding documents, the obvious categories of streets, sewer, water, traffic, mosquito control, transportation, things like that are obvious what these bonds are funding. You also have a category around parks and recreation. Is there anything, if we as a town decided to not invest in Parks 1 and 2, is there anything that would prohibit you from building Parks 1 and 2 out of these typical funds? Not that you would. Is there anything in these documents that prevents you from doing so contractually?
Prevents us from building the parks out of what funding?
Out of your own bonded money without hitting the 10 million that is set aside for the town.
So the 10 million that's set aside for the town includes the cost of Parks 1 and 2 and the cost sharing agreement. If the town requests payment or other obligation of that $10 million civic space obligation, there is a provision for a holdback of enough money to finish those Parks 1 and 2 out of that total $10 million pot. So you basically can't say.
And you're saying that, so there's a lot of mutual agreement language here, right, in the cost sharing agreement. The cost sharing agreement is less than perfect. We've talked about it for years now. So it will require some mutual agreement around how that 10 million is spent. Let's just assume that there's mutual agreement that the $10 million is, or we as a board do not meet the mutual agreement half of funding Parks 1 and 2. Is there anything in these bonding documents that would prevent you as the applicant from building Parks 1 and 2 out of the bonded funds, out of the available money?
Using the bond proceeds?
Not using the bond proceeds.
No, I don't think that, so first off, I don't think that's a valid
I understand. It's just
scenario, but
contractually.
Beyond that, I don't believe there's any restriction from using bond proceeds for public use, as long as it's public use, for any public use.
Why when we talked about the Marshall Bridge, why sort of the waffling around the...
I honestly it's not an assumption that we've been working on for the last 4 months as we've been going through all the bond documents. My partner in our office, Sam Hartman's been doing all of the modeling on the costs on our side. As far as when each cost gets spent, I know that all of the 70 million is accounted for already, and the bridge is in that number. But it hasn't been an assumption that the bridge has to be part of that number, so I just don't want to commit to anything that I don't know the answer to. That's why the uncertainty. I don't want to jeopardize the existing plan in place with a commitment that we weren't ready to take on.
What is your plan to build the bridge? When do you want to build it?
I'd like to build it next year.
And you would pay for it out of these bonds? That's your plan?
Yeah.
What's the timing so the next item on the agenda is...
I guess, I'm sorry to interrupt you, just to finish that thought. I guess the only caveat to that would be, if there are other uses that already take up that entire 70 million, that we could choose to fund the bridge out of private dollars still as a developer advance, rather than, necessarily using bond proceeds to fund the bridge, if we still wanted to get it built. It's just, So, yes, the plan is to build it next year. And part of that comes back to the Morgan Ranch proposal. We, as the property owner there, want that connection and want that traffic visibility and everything there too. So we do plan to build that next year. We're working on plans for it right now. It's just where the financing comes from, whether it's part of the 70 million or additional to that, I don't.
And I don't necessarily care personally that you fund the bridge from the bond proceeds. I mean, if you want to put your own money on there and build a bridge, that's fine. But what I don't want to see happen is 2024 rolls around, 2025 rolls around, and we still don't have a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So, we need a bridge. We need to get that bridge built because we need to get that bridge built before we can really make any progress on getting the parks built and getting this development completed and connected. So, the question is, how do we get you the flexibility that you need, and we have the assurance that it will actually get done in a reasonable time frame. And I don't want to do something that's going to blow up your bonds, but at the same time, I don't want to approve a bond issuance that all of a sudden then turns out that, well, we should have asked for a commitment that we'd actually get the bridge built. So that's the conundrum that I have right now. So I'll entertain any suggestions that you have to give me reasonable certainty that those bridges and parks are going to get built, and they're going to get built.
Well, the parks, you have the certainty because you can just call the $10 million if we haven't built them, and you can build them with that funding. So the parks, you already have that certainty.
Right, but you told us the best practice is not to build the parks without the bridge.
Right.
I mean,
because we don't want to tear up the parks that we just built to put in a bridge that's going to go across those parks.
Right. So we also have not, despite there's a presumption that there's commitment from the board that an element of the 10 million is going to Parks 1 and 2 that has not been finally determined. It's likely, I'm not suggesting that it's not, but those conversations, to my knowledge, have not been finalized. Splitting the difference between figuring out what from Parks 1 and 2, what of the 10 million is going to Park 1 and 2 build out, I don't think this board has concluded those conversations.
No, I mean, you're right. We haven't had the conversation yet, so it remains to be discussed. But in terms of, making an omelet here, we need to crack some eggs, and I think we need to have a commitment on the bridge before we really move forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're on the right path. And what, I have questions about timing, right? So we have a development application that we're hearing next. Are we coupling this agenda item with the development application, or do we have a requirement to approve this independent of the development application?
They're independent. There's no requirement that you approve this at all, but they're entirely independent.
And in theory, we could reject the development application later tonight, but the bonds still issue.
Well, they'll never issue the bonds without a development application,
Well, I mean, there's still other infrastructure that needs to go in.
Yeah, but they won't find
Right.
the lending community, right?
Yeah, but legally, they're entirely separate. So you may reject this or approve this, and then you may reject or approve the development application. They're entirely separate. You can also continue this if you would like to.
Right, but it's because the cost sharing agreement is muddled in here, right? And the $10 million is included in the cost sharing agreement and is going to be triggered as a result of these bonds. And the development application includes things that are going to be able to benefit of the town, presumably coming out of the $10 million. It's, we've got to crack an egg, but there's a bit of a chicken and egg, what goes first problem, and I'd rather see all these things come together.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a fair point, Kevin, and the cost sharing agreement, it has the obligations that it has, and you're right, it does have this, we need to mutually agree on the timetable, we need to mutually agree on, what exactly is going to get funded from the $10 million commitment from the developer. What we have here tonight before us is, this is where the $10 million is going to be coming from, right? So in terms of, putting first things first, the bonds need to issue before we can get the $10 million. The sooner we get the bonds, the sooner we get the $10 million, whether it's with the developer cutting a check to the town or the developer actually doing the work and then taking a credit against that $10 million. It's coming out of the bonds regardless. And we've talked about this in the past. Each day that goes by, that $10 million is less valuable. So there's, time is money. So, I mean, I think it makes sense for us to go forward, and I'm not concerned. I don't feel like we're hamstringing ourselves in terms of the discussion as to how the $10 million is going to be allocated.
Right, I agree. I don't think it's not an issue of we're hamstringing ourselves. It's an issue, I think you're on the right path for, are there things that 6 months from now, we're going to look back and say, oh, I wish we'd asked for this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, from my perspective, the parks are totally contingent upon the bridge getting put in.
Great.
So I want to get the bridge put in. I want to get the bridge put in yesterday. And, I think if they are part of the bond application, I don't want the town to be in a position where all of a sudden the developer is reallocating funds because it makes more sense for them, and then that frustrates the things that we want, which are actual deliverables and the public improvements, which are the bridge connection, the park improvements, the civic space build, all of those things.
I'm going to join in with my colleagues in asking for that bridge. I mean, in my view, it really needs to come before the parks, because you build parks, you're going to disrupt it when you put in a bridge, and you know that.
That's right. So, I think, Megan just reminded me of a good point too, that you should keep in mind in terms of approving versus continuing this. The bond market is at an exceptionally good place right now, and as you know, there's a lot of volatility in the market. There is risk for every month that this gets delayed that interest rates do go up and that bond amount would go down as a result of that. So it's a great time to be hitting the bond market right now, which is something for all of us to think about. On the bridge, I want to talk about the civic space and cost sharing agreement, just to try to get sort of on the same page with that. I don't want that to derail the whole conversation though. On the bridge, in order to get this done tonight so that we can issue the bonds and get out to the market as soon as possible, I think we should consider the obligation to get the bridge done by a certain date. I'd like that date to have enough room that it gives me some flexibility to be able to finish designing it and get it built and permitted and everything. So if we said by the December 31st of 2023, would that work? I mean, that gives us basically 3 years to get the bridge totally done. What's your date?
I was thinking December 31st of 2020.
Well, that's too tight. I'm going to try my best, but there's no way we can start construction on it until June at the very earliest. We have to get a floodway permit. We have to go through an FDP. I think we have to get a floodway permit too, for that channel crossing, which is a FEMA process. Best case scenario, we start.
So that the bridge is designed. The FDP has been submitted to the town. Mm-hmm. We're expecting to consider that in early 2020.
We do not have the FDP yet.
We don't have it yet?
We do not.
Okay.
We have a concept design.
Okay.
We're gonna finish up the final development plan in January and get that into you, I think in February is our plan. Where's Angie? I think we're getting that into you in January, February, and expect to have it approved by April, May. We'll be working on the floodway permits and the construction permits concurrently so that we can try to start construction by June, but I wouldn't want to pin ourselves to a 6-month construction timeline on a bridge like that. I think, at least 12 or 18 months to give us some room for delays and weather and stuff. So, I think the very, very earliest we could commit to would be middle of, middle of 22, June of 22.
So Bill's
What if we
part-
did, what about the December 31st, 2021? And if you need additional time, you come and ask for an extension.
Okay.
We want the bridge.
Okay,
But all
deal.
this- But that will still say the bridge is being built after the parks.
No.
No, not necessarily.
The only important part of the bridge to get in with the parks is the bridge abutments that are the big walls that hold up the ends of the bridge that interface with the park stairs and pathways and everything else. If the midspan or the facade on the front of it isn't done, it's not going to delay the delivery of the parks. So the idea would be that we're building them concurrently. I just don't want to commit to anything that we're scrambling and having to ask for an extension at the end of next year because we have some work left to do on the ironwork or something.
Because there's a lot of grading work that needs to be done with the parks and work that's not necessarily right next to the bridge that can move along.
Okay, so end of 2021.
That's my proposal.
And we heard agreement.
So yes, December 31st, 2021.
Okay.
Bridge is in.
Okay,
Okay. How do we-
Ribbon cut. It's done. People are driving on it.
we'll do our best.
Kendra, how do we document that? You're trying, okay.
Not to negotiate at the podium, but in order to issue the bonds, we're going to need something, if it is a conditional approval, right? We're going to need something very concrete so that the district can evidence that it is complying with what the condition is. And as you know, the district is not the developer. And so is it something that if the district includes in its documentation, as you know, the district has reimbursement agreements with the developer, right? So it's something that if we include a provision in there that says the district shall withhold $2 million, is that our number?
I think it's 1.6.
So some dollar amount of proceeds so that if it is not constructed by that 2021 date, those proceeds are available.
That's not what I heard. I heard the whole thing was contingent, but if the board tells me that only a portion of it is contingent. Sorry, if the board tells me only a portion is contingent, that's fine. This is really difficult for me to draft on the fly.
No, I understand.
I would not recommend it.
Yeah, unfortunately, without something concrete, the district won't be able to issue bonds if it doesn't know that it's
My
compliant.
suggestion is we continue this, because you and I are going to have to, I'm just saying, you and I are going to have to sit down and figure out how to draft this. I can't draft this on the fly.
Yeah, and without something concrete, the district won't be able
But
to.
I think the direction is not, it's wholly conditional upon the bridge being completed by 2021, not withhold of 1.617 or whatever the number is.
The entire issuance.
The entire issuance is contingent.
We won't be able to issue the bonds
Yeah.
with that contingency, I'm afraid.
I think we're wading into the unintended consequences waters here. We're starting to talk about conditions that are going to put the issuance of these bonds at risk, and that has consequences
they
for
could-
the parks
so
and continuing forward with.
Right, but bond council can get, and then Ranch Capital can fund the bridge on their own with 1.6.
I'm not talking about just the bridge. I'm talking about everything that these funds are meant to go for. We are putting the issuance at risk with these types of conditions.
Here's my thinking, though. I think the first time we heard that the bridge, we've been up here now for a few years talking about it. And the first time I heard that the bridge was a 2020-something thing, I remember just shocked. I thought the bridge would be 2018, when the roads came in. And, okay, it requires permitting and Army Corps of Engineers and everything else. It's a $1.6 million commitment. I think before we agree, we are fortunate that we have the approval to allow conditions. And, so far, it's not like I want a bridge so I could drive over. I want a bridge so we can figure out a way to complete Parks 1 and 2.
Right.
We cannot complete Parks 1 and 2 without the bridge. If we don't put this condition in, then guess what? There's going to be another surprise. The bond market's going to crash. There's going to be, some issue, and we won't see that bridge until 2023, 2024, 2025. I'd love to say, Bill has met and his predecessors have met every single deadline, but the bottom line is every single deadline has been missed by 2 or 3 years. No disrespect, Bill, but we are way behind schedule. We've been up here for we've been talking about this for 8 years.
So I guess from my perspective, I agree with you, Kevin. You know, it's been frustrating at times that things haven't moved as quickly as we'd want. But I also hear your concerns and your concerns about the bond market being what it is, and you want to take advantage of, you know, cheap money right now because you don't know what the future is going to bring. And obviously, with a bond issuance of this size, that's going to trigger certain obligations on a cost-sharing agreement. The $10 million, you know, contribution to the town being one of them, which is also something that we've been asking for, which hasn't been triggered to date because they've only bonded out $25 million. So, you know, there is a benefit to the town in, you know, seeing this thing move forward. And I guess from my perspective, I wouldn't want to hold up, you know, because the entirety of the bond issuance is not to fund just the parks and just the bridge, right? You know, there's roads and sewers and all, you know, different other public improvements that are necessary for, you know, the completion of this development. If we made a condition that just said something along the lines of, okay, so this is a $70 million net bond issuance to the district, and X million dollars of that, whatever it is, 2 million, 3 million, it is conditioned upon the completion of the Marshall Street Bridge by no later than December 31st, 2020.
We can certainly try to work something out, but we can't do it now.
Which I think we understand, but we're trying to give you
Okay, no, I'm just saying,
direction.
I'm just throwing this out there that it can't happen right now because we're going to need to meet. There's all these requirements for the bond issuance. So I'm happy to do that. I'm not trying to, but I'm saying it can't happen
I'd like
tonight.
to try to come up with a solution that we can move forward tonight, get this financing plan out to the market as planned, and still make you happy without causing a legal kerfuffle that's going to cause a delay.
And then work this out between you and the bond. We could do a separate agreement with Ranch Capital.
Yeah, well, so that's what I was gonna suggest actually is I'm looking for Kendra and Megan's head nods here if we can do this. If you can say you'll approve the financing plan in its current form. No? Subject to
There's no, I mean, we just can't do it.
Subject to a separate developer agreement
No.
or development agreement?
We just can't do it.
I know you can't do it on the fly, but does a concept like that work?
The concept works. I think if there is a condition, we're talking about a continuation of the finance plan. Just speaking factually, again, we can't go to the market with the entirety of the bond issuance having a condition sitting out there. So
And I understand there's some urgency because the bond market's right. We've been asking for this meeting for 3 years, right? So I'm not going to make a bad decision for the town because you guys didn't come when we asked you to for the last 3 years.
No, I'm understanding.
You stayed right
I'm not
underneath the bond limit.
suggesting that. No, I'm just stating the reality, which is if that's the decision, that's the place we'll be in.
I just think we need to continue it to the
Yeah,
next meeting.
I agree. And it's just, we could hit, you know, we could record and play that. It's the, you know, it's the arm twisting of this board because of there's some urgency that this board did not cause. Again, I just want to reinforce the fact, we've been asking for these bonds to be issued for years.
Well, you know, the flip side is, you know, we do you a favor here and get the bonds approved tonight, and you can go to the bond market and get them issued. And you are saying in good faith you're going to come to us and with an agreement that says you're going to complete the bridge by December 31st, 2020. Obviously, you've got a lot of additional applications that are going to be coming before the board.
21.
You know, in the event that you don't honor your side of the bargain with coming before the board, it's going to be kind of difficult for you to get the development moving.
And this is where my preference was and where I'm leaning as well. Bill, I'm willing to trust you and take you at your word tonight that over the next month, you come back to us and there's an agreement that comes to us for an approval that states that bridge will be built by December 31st, 2021, and that there's going to be a penalty in there if it's not. That way we actually have something to hold your feet to the fire. Whether, I think you said $2 million, is that the cost of the bridge? Is that what I heard?
Roughly a little bit less.
So we put that in, that language in there. That comes forward to us within the next month. That way we're not drafting anything on the fly. And that means that we're taking a step out into trust land tonight and giving you what you're asking for, and trusting that you come back. I think because we are good partners so far in this joint project, that I'm willing to do that, and I think that gets what we're all looking for and keeps everything on schedule.
I'd prefer that as well. I mean, this board has made decisions to push things out, and it's ended up costing taxpayers money. And I will feel very awful if we delay this to try to get some other side agreement. The bond market crashes, and then it costs, we can't refinance the bonds and just costs everybody a lot more money. So,
but your crystal ball is pretty finely tuned that not making a decision tonight is going to cost the taxpayer money, instead of making an unfortunate decision tonight and seeing yet another delay that we've seen repeatedly from Ranch Capital, and then we don't get it, and then that costs the taxpayers money. So your crystal ball is more finely tuned than mine. We did not. This is something. This is not our fault. Asking for a quid pro quo, we'll do you this favor, you do a solid for us, and we'll trust you. It's just, it's not how I choose to do business in my professional life, and it's not how I choose to do business in my elected life. There's no way. They should have come more prepared tonight to solve the document. We've been telling them for years we want the bridge. We've been telling them for years that we want additional bonds so they would trigger the $10 million. They came to us, years late and without the bridge. No, come back in a couple weeks. And I don't believe, and we'll find the time to make the meeting. We'll figure it out. But if the bond market doesn't exist, or it's softened a little bit and money's more expensive, that's just not our problem.
So on the timing point, I just want to point out, we actually couldn't come back to you to try to raise more bonds until October of this year. The first bond issuance you couldn't refinance it until now, which is why we're doing this now. This is the earliest possible date that we can raise more money. So that's why we're here now.
You had another option without the refinance, though. You're refinancing because the money is better.
No, we couldn't issue new subordinate debt until now, right?
You could have laid on additional debt. You chose to remain below a cap. You're refinancing the original debt, but you could have layered on additional debt, correct?
Not given the current build out of the district, no.
Right, because the market didn't exist, but there was nothing let's not represent that contractually you were prohibited from layering on additional debt.
No, I would say that contractually they were prohibited. There would have been a bond market. They were not able to issue any other debt until now, when we could call their current bonds. So that is an accurate contractual statement that they had made to the bondholders from the 2015 bonds.
You needed a certain critical mass of FDPs that were approved.
Well, there's two things. The reason the first bond wasn't bigger was because there wasn't enough. It was a dirt bond, basically. There wasn't anything built. It was built on the promise of a sports stable, which is what created that first $25 million, $18 million net bond issuance. That's all that was there. The additional build out that's happened since then creates the additional $70 million of proceeds, capacity that we're seeing now. But in any case, we couldn't raise the new money until contractually we were able to call those prior bonds issued in 2015, which hasn't been until now. So we raised as much money as we possibly could with the first issuance in 2015. We're raising as much money as we possibly can, as soon as we possibly can right now.
Okay, we appear to be a little split from those that we've heard from. I'd like to hear from board members that I have not heard from.
Yeah, and I've been a little bit quiet here. So I get it. The bond markets, capital markets, the pools form when they form, right? You guys had to have a certain number of rooftops before you could go out back and ask for more money. And I recognize the urgency, and I'm in support of moving forward. But my condition is kind of where Ken and Mark were. If we approve this tonight, we don't approve a single FDP for the downtown district until after we've seen, a corresponding, commitment to fund the bridge.
Okay, but I have to stop us there because that's not a criterion that we can use.
Okay.
So I would love to say that, but we can't really say that. So that's where my concern is. That's why I'm recommending that we
just table it.
Table it because that's not a
commitment from Bill.
Well, that may be fine, but we can't then,
We can't tie it to the
cannot
FDPs.
tie
We
it
can
to
agree to
approval
work
of
in good
future
faith towards
FDPs.
a separate developer.
No,
agreement.
we wouldn't condition the approval of any land use application that's coming before the board on a separate agreement to build a bridge. That's not part of that application, right? That's not what we're saying tonight. But staff could take a long time going through the process.
I feel like we're the Godfather, right? No, I understand, and I'm fine, as long as we approve the financing plan as drafted with no conditions. I will bring you back a separate development agreement to build the bridge by the end of 2021. And we'll just work together on that, and I have no problem with that. And, Kevin, let me prove it to you. I mean, it is, like you said, it's a little bit of a, working together thing so that we can get out and we can all get the money that we know is there today. I think that's good for the town as well as the project. And I will, as much as I can without condition and without messing up the process, I'll bring you back a agreement to get the bridge built by the end of 21.
And to be clear about what would be in that document, it will be built and usable by the public by the end of 2021, that there will be a penalty if it's not. That way we can hold your feet to the fire, and that we need to see this in a timely manner. My preference would be within the next month. I don't know how quickly your team and Kendra, your team can work to do this, but this is something I'd like to see in December at our second meeting if possible.
I think we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, so
Let's hear, I want to hear from Sandy or Laura if they'd like to.
Sure.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. The one condition I would put on that is that if the bonds fall apart for whatever reason, the market falls apart in the next 2 weeks, the bonds aren't issued, that obviously changes everything. And so as long as we're all on the same page with that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so I tend to agree with Kevin in that I like to have things in writing. That said, Bill, I mean, we work so closely with you so many times. Based on what you just said about writing a separate agreement to build the bridge, doing that in the next month, I'm comfortable with that approach, knowing what the bond market is like.
Okay, Sandy, anything? Microphone.
I don't feel real comfortable about this. If the rest of the board goes that way, I'll go that way. But I just don't feel comfortable about this. We've kicked this can down the road for 5 years, and
yeah, I want to continue to have a dialogue, because one thing that we talked about as a board, what we don't want to do is do, you talk. So let's, feel free to interrupt, raise your hand, throw some elbows, right? So these are our...
I know, but I'm starting to get a sense of where we're going with this. I mean, we could keep talking.
No, it's, and I'll give it up at one point, but just a couple things. Bill's predecessor did the exact same thing to this board and said, don't worry, you'll get your $10 million. Yeah, exactly. Right? And then Ryan, Bill's, the money behind all this, came and said he didn't have the authority to do so. So I like Bill as much as the rest of you guys. And, they're coming to us in good faith, and I don't doubt that his commitment is in good faith. But we're talking about $1.7 million that could escalate into $2.7 million. This is a lot of money that I suspect is beyond the scope of authority for Bill. So nothing personal, but if, somebody on your team wants to text Ryan and say what Bill says is good, then maybe that's a little bit different for me. But this is not the first time we've had this conversation. And I feel a little like Lucy going after the ball. Okay, this time, or Charlie Brown going after the ball. This time Lucy's not going to pull it away. Well, every single time we fall on our ass. But, maybe this time we won't. Maybe this time Lucy will hold the ball and we'll kick a field goal. I'm just not ready to make that commitment.
And to Kevin's point, back when Randy Goodson, and this is before any of us were on the board, this is, I think, back before you were even elected, Clint, back in June of 2014, when Randy Goodson stood before here and said that he was agreeing to, extend the notice provision on the cost sharing agreement for the notice to construct the civic space component. You know, Randy gave that affirmative, absolutely, we'll extend it. And then it was only, subsequently, several years later that we heard from, Ranch Capital's counsel, not bond counsel, but developer counsel, that he didn't have the authority to do that, and they were taking a contrary position. So there is some, betrayal of trust in terms of, the good faith negotiations between the sides. Now, you didn't make that representation, Randy did, and none of us here were on the dais at that moment. But you're standing in the shoes that Randy was standing in. We're standing in the shoes here that the former board members we're standing in, and we need to, do what's right for the town and make sure that you're going to honor the agreements. I think this is one of those, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Hopefully this is not a shame on me. I am willing to, in the interest of moving this project along and getting the bonds issued, taking advantage of the market that exists right now, with the understanding that $70 million in the bond issuance contemplates the construction of the bridge, and that we are getting Bill's agreement that we're going to have a timetable to construct the bridge separate and apart from the issuance of the bonds that we're going to talk about at a later date, hopefully within a month, no later than 2, and that the bridge will be completed, because at the end of the day, what I want to see happen is get this bridge in as quickly as possible. So what's the path forward to actually making that happen? And is it delaying a vote on the bond issuance right now and agreeing on a condition, within the bonds? Maybe, that might be the right answer. I don't know if that's going to have unintended consequences in terms of, the marketability of the bonds. Or is the better path forward to just move forward with the bond package that we're presented with tonight and then have this separate agreement? I think that probably gives more certainty to the developers, certainly more certainty to bond counsel, to the underwriter, to the market, less certainty to us. And the question is, are we willing to accept that risk and kind of move forward? I'm willing to take that risk, because I don't think that Bill wants to burn this bridge. Literally.
Okay. Any other comments? I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment.
I'll just echo a little bit of what Mark said. And, typically, I don't think waiting 3 weeks to make a decision is such a big deal. I would say that given that it's November and we're rapidly approaching December, the bond markets are closing in about 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm seeing a lot of head nods because as we get into the second or third week of December, everybody goes home for Christmas, and we're done till mid-January at best. So this is kind of the one time we can get it. We'll know by the 16th how it went, unequivocally. And not to say that, with the commander-in-chief we have right now, things change daily. So, it's terrible, but the equity markets, the bond markets are a disaster right now relative to the stability that we used to have. So if this had been the summer, let's continue it for 2 to 3 weeks, I'd be all for it. Given that we're at the tail end of 2019, this is kind of one shot, and we're going to know where we stand by the 16th. So I'm in support to kind of extend the olive branch to move forward with this and see where we're at on the 16th.
Okay, I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment. Anyone that wants to offer any public comment on this agenda item? All right. Seeing none, any further discussion, or I'll entertain a motion.
One more question for Bill. So, Bill, you heard Kevin's concerns. I'm going to ask you to trade on your own personal capital right now. Are we going to get a call from Ryan or have him show up saying you don't have that authority?
We have a project budget that shows the bridge getting built. There's not going to be an issue there. And we're the managing partner of the project. I can absolutely make that commitment. And I did text Ryan, and he said, okay.
I had forgotten when we were talking about the terms that we have a couple extra weeks between now and our next meeting. If it's possible to do the next meeting, I think that'd be preferred, but definitely no later than our second meeting in December.
Can we enter a screenshot of your phone for the public record? I'm serious.
So am I.
I'd rather redo the text. No, but I will make the commitment, and it's a good commitment.
And we'll see an agreement either at the next meeting or the meeting on the 16th.
I'm sorry, which, December 9th or?
December 9th or 16th, I don't care.
So that's, how long is that?
9th would be
That's
preferred.
3 weeks from now. That's fine. I know you're not doing it. That's fine. Yes.
Should be pretty complicated. Should be pretty easy.
Should be.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-67, Series 2019. A resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the financing plan for the STC Metropolitan Districts Numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Second by Trustee Lish. Do we need a roll call vote on this?
No.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, Lish, Skwajenski, Folsom, Lasis, Shaw, opposed. Ryan Hammerly. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor, there's a second resolution in your
Okay.
packet.
I'll make a motion to approve Superior Urban Renewal Authority Resolution Sura-3, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Superior Urban Renewal Authority approving the financing plan for the STC Metropolitan Districts Numbers 1, 2, and 3, and declaring the proposed Series 2019 bonds to be bonds under the 2013 cost-sharing agreement.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Lasis, second by Commissioner Lish. All those in favor? Lish, Skwajenski, Folsom, Lasis, Shaw, opposed. Ryan Hammerly. Motion passes. All right, anything further on that agenda item? Okay, thank you very much. All right, next we're on to item number 5, which is public hearing and adoption of an ordinance and resolutions approving the following. Do I need to read all of this, or it's a lot to read? I'll do it.
It's a lot. We can just, why don't we just say plan development agreement? You can just be the beginning of
Okay.
the one, that would be great.
All right. Item A, Plan Development Agreement, STC PDA 5. Item B, Final Subdivision Plat for Blocks 2 and 4 through 11, Tracks A and B, and surrounding streets. Item C, Final Development Plan for both horizontal street and infrastructure improvements for Creekview Way, Marshall, and Old Railway and Gateway Drive. And item D, Final Development Plan for the vertical developments of Blocks 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 in Parcel K, which includes the downtown plaza and pedestrian promenade.
And just for the record, the plan development amendment is before you, but not really before you because the planning commission hasn't seen it yet. So I just want to clarify that that can't be approved tonight.
Okay.
I don't know how else to say it, but it hasn't gone to the planning commission yet. This all came in at an odd way. So
Item A?
what?
So item A?
Item A, yes, the plan development amendment, PDA number 5, cannot actually be approved tonight. It's not been considered by the planning commission. You have no recommendation yet, right?
And actually, all items.
I was gonna say on all
December
items.
9th.
Yes, and we also don't, just again, for the record, we don't have a development agreement. There are a lot of things we don't have ready. So we wanted to open this public hearing and allow the presentation of the application, but none of this honestly can be approved tonight because there are a lot of things that are missing. I wanted to clarify that for the record. So we can start and you can take testimony and hear the application and, proceed accordingly, but nothing can be approved tonight.
Okay, yep. So for the benefit of the public, we're going to open the public hearing. We're going to hear the presentation. We're going to offer an opportunity for public comment sometime after the presentation. This will be continued to December 9th, where we'll perhaps be taking action at that meeting, and we'll also offer an opportunity for public comment at that meeting as well. So, all right, with that, I will open the public hearing with the gavel. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, we do.
Proof of publication is confirmed. All right, we'll begin with presentations.
So we'll start, Chase, the 3D model, if that's all right with the board, and then we can get into the developer's presentation, and staff is available for any questions or comments. Stephen, Alex, Martin, and myself are all here to answer any questions from a staff perspective, as well as Kendra, of course.
Get the lights. Good evening, Chase Mullen with MIG. Do a quick overview and then take some direction on what you'd like to see. I think it's good to start to see this in a little bit of context now that we're starting to really build out the Superior Core here. So the portion here that we're looking at is going to be this. This is Promenade Drive.
Hey, Matt, the TV's not showing this flyover. Is that normal? Okay.
Again, continuing up Promenade Drive here, this is going to be Main Street that we're crossing. And then into the plaza. Down onto Creekview Drive. Ice Arena's right behind us. So that was kind of the quick overview. Anything in particular we should dive into?
Chase, can you go into the north side of the parking garage? I guess it's lot 6 north. Just ground level.
You have your mic on.
Sorry. I guess that's lot 6 south, in between lot 6 north and south. Just at ground level.
Okay, so here we're touching down Promenade.
What time of day is it set to right now? question unless anybody else has one.
Can you, Chase, two views I'd like to see. Go north into the parks and then come across the bridge. And then just along Marshall into the development. And then once you're done with that, I'll have another. Now, if you can go out to the McCaslin roundabout and then come east on Main Street. If I could ask you to actually do it again with the sun, maybe at high noon, so the south side of the block is not totally in the shade. Hang a left and give me the pedestrian's perspective walking through the plaza. On that like diagonal path, yeah. Walk all the way up to the civic space. Just turn around and take another look at the plaza. There we go.
go from that point, just go up Promenade towards the north to where the parks will be. Thank you.
Chase, can we go back to building 6-01, the parking garage? And if you could go drop us at the high point on that building. And then turn on your view sensitive area line.
It helps if I move a little bit so you can kind of see the perspective on it. But. So it'll roughly pass, I don't know, 200 feet over the top of our heads here.
Okay. Appreciate that. And then could we also go to lot 2 on block 7?
Sorry, you're gonna have to point me. I can't keep the block straight.
Let's go, so to the left of the plaza that you're looking at right now. Yeah, right there. Go to that parking lot.
Drop down in it?
Yep, drop into it, please. And then once we're in there, turn around 180 degrees. Can you adjust the sun a little bit, just so it's less shadows? It's okay. And then, yeah, just look, and now sweep back to the left again. Okay.
Similar questions. Can you go to the front of the sports stable, the ice arena? And let's look down Main Street, roughly from where the coffee shop is now at about that height, which would probably be, I don't know, 8, 12 feet. Okay, let's go up. What would the approximate height for the patio of Brunelleschi's be? About 24 feet? So go up to about 24, 25 feet. And then back it up a little bit into, so you're, yeah. Okay. Let's do the same for the second story on the existing homes. So out to the left, that's the So let's go up to a rooftop deck. Down a little. Yep, okay. And now let's do the same for the community up in Rock Creek.
So I'm gonna kind of fly in a little bit because it's a little hard to track it if I just go right to it.
Yep, got it.
So so this is us right here.
So bring me down to a,
So it starts to just get lost behind this row here. So again, just this kind of a little bit cooler tone here.
so it's below the,
Yeah.
because of the slope, it's all Even the highest, the parking garage is below?
Let's see, so right here, you can see the sky.
And you're at 60 feet.
So yeah, so on top of a roof, I think you'd be able to get just a couple little glimpses.
So you
of
would
that.
not be able to see lighting on top of a parking garage from any home there?
Very limited, I believe. It'd be just little peaks of it between kind of some of the other residents between here and there.
Okay.
Could we, we're gonna go to block 9. And then if we could just kind of dip into the middle there, and just kind of walk around the interior of the block to the left. Yeah, right in there. And then the homes you're looking at right now, if you could go up to the 3rd floor of those and just look out from where our window is. Yeah. We're on the, yeah, there we go. Okay.
Can we see the vantage point from the rooftop of the parking garage? Looking out west. Where's that club slash pool?
So as I recall, these are actually like elevator towers. So I think this would be the vantage point up the person could get to.
Okay, anyone have anything else? All right, Chase, thank you
Thank you.
very much. All right, we'll move on to next presentation.
Yeah, next we'll have the developer's presentation, and then go to board questions.
All right, well, good evening again. Bill Jenks, RC Superior. Really excited to be here tonight. This, as you know, is the culmination of, basically the last 4 years that I've been involved in the project. I've been working on this, trying to put this part of it together. And so I think we've all been waiting a long time to be talking about Main Street and retail and the real mixed-use placemaking exciting part of this project. And we're finally here. So I'm excited to be here. We've got our entire team here. I'll make quick introductions at the beginning, and I'm going to let our architect, KTGY, and our landscape architect, Dick Studios, come up and take you through more of the plans in more specificity. But the plan you'll see tonight is the product of a lot of hard work, a lot of experience, like I said, from a top-notch team, and also from your input from the concept plan roughly 6 months ago. So Quick introductions. The project is a 50-50 joint venture of Ranch Capital and Morgan Holdings in a entity called Morgan Ranch DTS. We have a team led by architect KTGY. Terry Willis and Rachel Keevan are here tonight from KTGY, which is an architecture and planning firm headquartered in Irvine with a growing 40-person office here in Denver. KTGY has completed the design of over 200,000 residential units while achieving over 650 design awards in its 27-year history. So a very experienced and well-accoladed team there. Bill Vitek is here from Dig Studio. Is Ryan here too? Bill. A landscape architecture, placemaking, and urban design firm with offices in Denver and Phoenix. Dig focuses on thoughtful and creative solutions that help connect people and define a community's unique sense of place. The firm's leaders have worked on some of Denver's most notable projects, including Stapleton, Belmar, and numerous redevelopment projects around Coors Field and Denver Union Station. CFC Construction is a Golden, Colorado-based general contractor that specializes in mixed-use and multifamily projects. They've completed the construction of more than 3,000 multifamily units in the last 5 years and currently have approximately 1,500 under construction. CFC has a deep understanding of the importance of placemaking in every residential project it does and brings deep experience and knowledge in the marketplace with a proven record of delivering quality projects on time and on budget. And they've been helping us a lot over the last 6 months with all of our estimating, phasing. They're here tonight to take you through the phasing plan if you're interested in understanding how the project is going to come together. And they also have a great insight into the local construction market. And then on the retail side, unfortunately, our retail broker wasn't able to be here tonight, but they are actively working on the project. They're out in the market sourcing retail tenants for our commercial spaces. David Hicks Lampert is a Greenwood Village-based brokerage firm who's been active in the local retail market for 23 years with 17 brokers, and who has arranged the retail leasing for many successful retail developments, including the Streets at South Glen, the Foothills Mall redevelopment, and many others. And then Ranch Capital, as you know, is a private equity firm founded in 2002 with approximately $2 billion of committed investments in a broad range of asset classes. The principals, including myself, have been involved in the ground-up design and development of over 3 million square feet of commercial space, including hotel, office, entertainment, and retail uses, as well as over 3,000 residential units, not including our land development activities like we've been doing here. Jim Brostovich is here from Civil Resources. He's been our civil engineer on the entire project and is really helping bring the whole project together, tying into those existing facilities and utilities. And then I'll let Ryan Morgan from our partner Morgan Holdings come up and make a quick introduction, and then we'll get into the plans.
Hi, everyone. Ryan Morgan with Morgan Holdings here. Like Bill said, I'm really excited to be in front of everyone tonight. It's been 6 months since we presented last and got some incredible feedback. Just a little bit about us. Morgan Holdings has been around for 60 years. My grandfather started putting up apartments with his hands 60 years ago, and we've built since then about 16,000 from coast to coast. We focus on really quality apartments with an emphasis on community. You know, we're not just trying to put up boxes to rent out to people. We want to really create a sense of place. And we've put together an incredible team to do so. So thank you, and we're looking forward to this.
So just to take you through a quick history on the process we've gone through on this FDP specifically. The project was originally presented to you in May of 2018. I think along with some other options, just as very high-level concepts. There was another town board meeting in April of this year, and then we've been meeting with town staff since then. We did do the special meeting with you on June 17th to discuss the civic space in particular. Again, met with town staff over the last few months, and then have been to 2 planning commission meetings on this subject so far, with a third to follow tomorrow night. So just to get you oriented, I think everyone's pretty well aware of the project area we're talking about, but it's blocks 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 in their entirety, plus block 4, which is the small commercial pad at the north end of the promenade. Pursuant and completely consistent with the PD, except for the couple of noted exceptions that we'll talk about tonight, but focused on a retail or commercial corridor along Main Street at the ground floor with flex residential space above, on the entire Main Street corridor, as well as a really nice plaza design that Dig Studios has done that they'll get into tonight. And then the pedestrian promenade bringing you up to this commercial patio here. But no real significant change from the original PD intent. So with that, I think I'll invite our design team up. Rachel, okay. Rachel Keevan from KTGY is going to take you through the architecture and plans. And obviously the whole team is here all night to answer any questions and look forward to your feedback.
Good evening. As Bill said, my name is Rachel Keevan. I'm an architect at KTGY Architecture and Planning Firm in Denver. Terry Willis is also here. He is our principal. So we wanted to go ahead and start with just the plan we presented to you in April. It's not going to look drastically different when we go to the next plan, but there were 4 key things that we walked away from after this meeting that we wanted to address, and we believe we have addressed all of them. The first being the orientation of the townhomes and wanting to orient them more to Old Railway. Just looking to complete all the parking demand on this project and this site versus relying on any future parking garages that are not a part of this development that we are speaking of now. Another comment was the terminus of the promenade and how can we address that more strongly. And then the 4th thing was looking at this space that was previously a clubhouse and how could that better serve the community and potentially be a civic space. So as you'll see, overall the plan does not change majorly, but what we are coming to present to you tonight is 446 residential units, roughly 73,000 square feet of commercial space, and 11,000 square feet of civic space. So just kind of starting from the south, moving upwards, we've looked at this development sort of in 3 pieces. The first being the townhomes on the south that Remington will get to talk to more later in the program. And then this middle space here really being the focus of Main Street, commercial, just downtown core, the heart of this whole project. So on the south side of Main Street, we have 3 podium buildings. On the ground floor, they'll be commercial. The upper 2 floors will be residential. We cross Main Street and we go the south side of Block 6. We have a wrap building that we've been looking at tonight as well. Parking garage in the middle, completely surrounded on all 4 sides with other program. That program consists of commercial, amenity spaces for residential within this development, residential units, and a commercial civic space. And then also along Main Street, the plaza, again, the heart of this whole project, and some retail that sits to the north of that, and a small kiosk building. These 3 buildings really being designed to allow for activation to the plaza at all times, even when there's not an event arranged. And then kind of the 3rd piece that we've been looking at in the site plan is these 10 walk-up residential buildings on the north side of Block 6 and 7. They're all residential. They have some tuck under parking. All these buildings have entrances to units on the ground floor. And then just at Block 4, a restaurant that we have positioned just at the north end of the promenade, allowing it to be visible as people would walk up and down the promenade, imagining some outdoor seating on this east side as well. Again, to just activate and help people pull through the promenade. And then I'll let Bill jump in for a few landscape slides.
Good evening, Bill Vitek, Senior Landscape Architect with Dig Studio. Our role as a landscape architect is really to shape the exterior public realm of the project. So much about this is creative placemaking. I know you had some discussions about that in your Good City presentation earlier, but it's really kind of creating an iconic, unique, memorable space. And we feel that the plaza space is really going to be that space for downtown Superior. Drilling down into the plan in a little bit more detail here. We've organized the plaza around this crescent walkway, which draws people from Main Street right here, along the walkway back into the plaza, main plaza space itself, engaging retail activities along this edge. So main retail functions here, in this iconic building that Rachel had mentioned earlier. And then the central kind of green space or plaza space we're seeing is as green. We're actually proposing it. This would be a synthetic turf for several reasons: for durability, for low water use, and for year-round usage. So this would be the main space for events to occur. A stage structure right here that would have an armature, but then also have removable kind of fabric panels that could be taken off during the winter with snow loads and then those concerns. But this whole green space functions and focuses on to this stage platform right here. The other kind of series of rooms we've tried to create within the overall plaza itself are activated with numerous site features which are meant to address people and children really of all ages. In this area right here is a little sunken area where we would have an interactive splash pad and water feature with it's one of those at grade where you can run, through and around, and in this water feature right here. There's some large trees for shade and some bench seating around this so that you could watch the children or even young adults run through this plaza right here, part of the plaza, I should say. Over here in this triangle piece, we have a large rock formation. This could be a prefab or a custom rock piece that again addresses numerous age groups and becomes a climbing feature. And also a signature element that you would see from Main Street as you come down, as you're headed towards the sports stable. And we also have a series of kind of swing benches here, flanked by a grove of trees behind. So we have, climbing rocks, swings, interactive play, open lawn area for formal and informal types of events to occur, the stage itself. And I should also point it out that this curved walkway terminates on the civic space within the apartment building where the civic space use is on the first couple floors of that building right here. So it's really this broad move and then this continuation of the promenade that takes you up and through going towards the park. Some precedent images of the activities that we see here are obviously lots of seating, flexible seating, the notion for the interactive water feature, not quite as big as the one in front of Denver Union Station, but still one where I think would be a magnet for families and kids to come and play. Some notion of what we call seating pebbles could be, will be scattered throughout the plaza areas. On the event lawn itself, we see that as a function for outdoor movie nights, for outdoor performances, for Frisbee events, letting your, just when it isn't a structured event. And then this is kind of the feature of the rock feature we were talking about as well in terms of the character of that. If you've been up to Aspen, I think at the end of Hyman Street, right by their park, there's a big rock feature, and it's used all the time by all sorts of people, so, or all ages of people, I should say. So really, in essence, what we're trying to do is create, places where people want to be, where they want to hang out, where they want to people watch, where they want to live, where they want to work, and then hopefully as well, creating an environment like this and creating an investment in placemaking and public infrastructure really creates an environment where people want to come and shop and spend money, so. So those are some of the precedent images. This is a little bit more detailed plans, just getting into the extent of the promenade right here from, again, from here's the kind of the tail end of the plaza right here. This is going up in between the buildings as we head north towards another plaza that would overlook the parks here. This is block 4 at that point. We've had several discussions with Planning Commission and staff about the overall width of that promenade. And what we really kind of settled on was a platted kind of right-of-way, or platted, right-of-way area through here, which is 37 feet wide. This is slightly different from what was the original PD, but because that was 45 feet, but what we've actually done is taken additional space now and created landscape edges and exterior patio edges to activate the spaces here at the ground floor. So you have that kind of front porch type of feel with an ability to interact with people who are coming up and down the promenade. So the closest, even though that's a platted line, the closest any buildings will be from one side to the other will be 49.5 to about 53 feet. And that's, again, larger dimension than what was originally in the PD. This is just a little blow-up plan of the area showing one of those patios. So this is kind of the building line right here. Some of the patios are recessed. We're going to be coming forth from those a little bit with some stepping stone pavers that extends that patio space, a very low decorative type of rail fence to create a little bit of that semi-public, semi-private kind of boundary space between the promenade and those patios, and then a very nicely landscape edge along the promenade itself. And then one other item that, again, that came up and we had discussion with the Planning Commission on was the notion of these, this is in like behind Block 9, these kind of courtyard spaces that are these, we're looking at them as really kind of little mini parklets that are particularly for the one complex that we have an internal building that faces out into the internal organization of the block. We actually think that facing onto this mini parklet is actually an advantage in terms of creating almost a sense of their own little private open space in front of the in front of these units right here. So it's big enough that you could, go out there, have seating areas, throw a little ball or catch around in this area, walk your dog through here, et cetera. But in section, this being the building edge right here, and then the walkways to the units. This is that little park space here. And then we've created a grade so that the parking is set down lower and the green space is elevated up above that. So I know there was discussion or concern about, the activity or the siting of that building in some of our discussions, but we actually think there'll be a certain segment of the market that would prefer kind of an internal focus and unit such as this. We have some more views. You want to walk us through those, Rachel? Okay.
All right, like Bill said, we have a series of views now that focus on landscape and architecture. The first being the northeast corner of Block 11, looking at that commercial and residential building across from the plaza. Our biggest direction when looking at these three buildings was something that was more built over time that really gave some character to downtown. So we have been looking at creating variation in this building through color, material, mass, details, in just all different ways, and breaking up this building along with the two just west of here. This is a similar building, the one that's on Block 10. You'll see the building we were just looking at in the background. Another key feature when we were looking at these buildings is how to activate that ground floor. How can we add some really attractive outdoor spaces for dining? So we have set back the corners of every one of these buildings on the front to allow for prime outdoor dining area. And then when we look to the other side of Main Street, mostly from that same corner we were just at, you start to see that wrap building, the parking garage on the interior of it. And here you pick up the retail along Main Street. It's 2 stories in height, but to just create a really good presence to the pedestrian. And then in the background, we've stepped back the residential just to, again, create more of a Main Street commercial feel and not put all the residential right on Main Street. And this starts to look down Marshall, close to that same view. You can see that this is going to be a very prominent corner as people come in on Main Street. We wanted to put some large panes of glass there for commercial, some space for murals, artwork, and then also you can see down on to the end where the parking garage entry will be. There'll be large signage and easy wayfinding to get there from this intersection of Marshall and Main Street. And then actually one thing I wanted to point out here is off to the side here, there's an entry into the parking garage, which is what this next image is. So all 4 sides of this building have a pedestrian entry into the parking garage. It'll be well lit. We can add art, make it a creative space, and then create easy wayfinding and safe wayfinding from the garage to whatever side of the building people are exiting on. This garage is part public and part private, so there'll be many users here. So we really thought that good wayfinding in and out of it was very important. As we continue down Main Street, we start to see some glimpses of the plaza and what that looks like. Here you can see the sports stable in the background and the small kiosk building here, which we have envisioned really is either ice cream shop, coffee shop, a brewery tap house, something that is activating that can, people can partake indoors and outdoors and bring life to this plaza. You can see some of the commercial buildings at the back as well. These are tall 1-story commercial buildings, a little bit more traditional than the tuck under buildings that are on Main Street, to provide more opportunities for even more tenants that would potentially want to lease a space here. This is looking at that arc that Bill described that comes around the north side of the promenade, to the promenade across the green. You can see commercial buildings again to the background, trying to bring in some outdoor dining space as well here to just continue activating the space as much as we can. And then you start to see a glimpse kind of down the promenade here. Next image, we're just kind of turning around the plaza facing west, and this is the Wrap building. So the Wrap building has many program pieces. Like I was describing earlier, it's got residential, retail, commercial, parking, lots of civic, lots of things going on. So when we've looked at the design for this building, it's a little bit differently than the buildings across the street where it's really built over time. There's lots of character and small pieces to the design. This building we've looked at more kind of stepping back, simplifying it in a sense, and really looking at the separate program pieces and how we can highlight each of those differently. So you can see commercial off to the left of the screen along Main Street. This goldish, orangish mass here is the leasing center. And we've really envisioned this and put this here because it will be active at many times of the day. It's highly important to just getting these units leased up and adding residents to downtown. And then the civic space off to the right. And then one other thing to note just about the design intent is we really wanted to think back to how the history of this town is a lot of coal mining and industrial history. So you see like the striations almost in this civic space facade and some layering also in the leasing center facade. We kind of thought back to how as you go down into the ground, the coal miners would have went down in the ground, there's layering of the dirt. So we just try to bring in some influence in those ways. We focus in here then on that civic center. So the civic center is 2 stories in space, but really takes up 3 stories within the greater building, creating a double height space on the 2nd floor. And luckily grade works out well that we get a double height space on this 1st floor as well. So there's, like I said, the striping in the facade, alluding back to the layering of the ground. There's large overhead doors that would be able to open and really bring the indoor and outdoor experience together. There's a terrace, and piece I'm pretty excited about is these outdoor steps and how they become really like a stadium seat almost that look onto the plaza. Again, just more and more ways to activate this space. We've also included a plan in here. The biggest takeaway we had from when we met with you, I believe it was June, when we talked specifically on this space, was that you wanted it to be flexible, as open as possible, as few walls as possible. So we've tried to create that as much as we can here with these 2 larger open rooms on each floor, tucking away kind of some of those other required spaces, restrooms, mechanical space, circulation, to one side. And to make that as flexible as possible, we've included on the ground floor This partition here is a movable wall. So again, you have some flexibility in how this first floor may work with the plaza. And then the upper floor, there is a small catering kitchen and some storage. Again, that was something you all brought as a concern to us when we met in June. So you had asked for 10,000 square feet. What we've designed is 11,000 square feet gross and about 8,000 square feet net. And that net area includes these, it's kind of hard to see, the areas shaded in gray, these civic spaces, as we've marked them, and pre-function areas. We have a few more elevation renderings to look at of the wrap building. So this is the one corner of the wrap building where you primarily see the residential component, both to the west and to the north. And so because we've designed it really based on program, this area really is kind of more of a solid mass. We've gone with a color of white, as you can see, with some highlights and accents in black, again, alluding kind of back to that coal mining history, the dark charcoal color of the coal. And you can see the parking garage entry here, and we've dressed that up with some Corten steel metal and wanted to make it really interactive and enjoyable as, again, residents and public are going to be using this garage. And then another thing that came up in the Planning Commission meetings is looking at a few potential variations that we could do to this facade. So we've come up with a few to break up the white color at the top. So we could potentially look at making this mass here and this mass here kind of every other a dark gray, that color that's at the back of all these balconies. And then another option is some people have been alluding to maybe we could do some projecting balconies to play up the facade. So those are just 3 options we've been looking at. And maybe you all have some direction for us tonight on an option you prefer. And then this was another request for the presentation, more perspective elevations of 3 of those sides of the building. So the south along Main Street, you can see the commercial on the ground floor, residential above. These are actually private balconies for those units on the 3rd floor. So you can see some people there. The leasing off to the east, the west facade, to the south we have, commercial space. And again, we have an area called out for some sort of high impact mural. And then along Marshall, you'll have the parking garage entry, a pedestrian entry, some windows into spaces that programmatically are okay to have windows into. We have maintenance shop, dog wash, some things like that. And then the north side of that building, again, that we just looked at. And then moving north to the walk-up buildings, we are showing them in 2 different color schemes. So the next one will show the next color scheme. But again, going back to that industrial coal mining feel, we felt that this orange brick really is prominent in a lot of downtowns. We wanted to bring that here and then bring in some darker colors, just thinking of steel and coal, and that's kind of where these color schemes have came from. So there's some different detailing in the windows, different detailing in banding. We've also looked at adding planters in key locations and patios along the ground floor to help activate that ground floor with residents being able to go in and out of their unit. This next image is, like I said, we have 2 color schemes, same building types generally, but it's a dark green and a gray brick with a white siding. So we just kind of flipped up some of the colors to add some variety to the site. Thank you. And then last, as far as the architectural images go, is that restaurant on Block 4. Again, trying to look at it as more of an iconic building, an opportunity to really bring more of a piece of art, something interesting here. So there'll be a lot of glass, outdoor dining, activated on both the park sides, the promenade sides, and the street side. Excuse me. And the last few slides I have here really start to highlight maybe some unique instances in this project. And so one that has come up that Bill might be able to talk to a little bit more is incorporating some live work options in this space. So they fully intend to build everything out as commercial. But in the case that not all spaces do, and instead of having a empty downtown Main Street, we have looked at options for converting some retail spaces into live work in the future, which you can see marked off in blue here. And so this next slide will show, excuse me again, how we envision kind of those units living so that we can still provide an active downtown Main Street in the case that not every space leases out, but we would be placing the work space of these live work units right on Main Street. It works great for small businesses, an office, a little boutique, people that maybe don't have the funds to access a full retail space at that time, but can also find savings with living in the same space. Two variances we are looking at for the Block 6 building, the wrap building. One is a height increase variance for a small portion of it, the clubhouse that sits just south of the pool deck. And so we are looking for a 7-foot increase there from 65 to 72 feet. This area is approximately 4% of the entire footprint, and it also sits back at least 30 feet from the building edge. So from a pedestrian excuse me, experience, it will not be super visible. The other piece to this Block 6 variance request is to not step back the 4th floor on Marshall to allow our units to continue stacking to create some unity in that residential mass. And so you can see here the small space that would otherwise be stepped back. Two more variances that we are looking at from the PD that pertain just to the units. One, the PD didn't contemplate any sort of studio unit, so we are asking to be able to provide those as they are highly sought in the market. Also, the PD didn't anticipate units under 900 square feet. Again, trying to provide more variety and hit the market demands. We have been looking at units that are smaller than that. And then this last piece, just discuss some of the changes that have been brought up as PD changes that we are moving forward with based on the Planning Commission meetings. And so there are a few. We are looking at putting a commercial space, as you saw, the kiosk on the plaza. So that will be written into the PD amendments. A flexible space land use brought to this southeast corner of Block 6 to allow for our leasing space. The civic space is also needing a PD change. So this area in pink marks off where we have shown that civic space. And we have called out to ensure that no live work ever has a chance of being on the corners of Blocks 6, 9, and 10. Retail only in these corners on the ground floor, where we're showing those prime restaurant spaces. And then last, flex space to allow for that potential live work in the case that not all these spaces are rented out. And we are trying to provide a tenant for them in the form of a live work resident. That is it.
And then we've got two more short pieces of our presentation before we get into question and answer. Guillaume Pochot is here from Remington Homes. Remington is our partner in that they'll be delivering the townhomes on the southern portion of Blocks 9, 10, and 11. So I'd like Guillaume just to walk you through their architecture and their design real quick. And then I forgot to mention Jeremiah Simpson is here from Walker Parking. They've been doing the shared parking analysis both for RC Superior in the context of the entire master plan and for Morgan Ranch DTS in the context of just this FDP. And I think it's important to sort of, I know questions will come up about it, so I'd like Jeremiah to walk you through some of the shared parking assumptions and how that all works for both the master plan and the FDP. And then after that, we can get into commentary and discussions. Good to see you there.
Sorry, this is the one aspect of the presentation we don't have pulled up yet, so give me 1 second.
Steve Knoll for Remington Homes instead of Guillaume Pouchot. I just also want to express our excitement to be here for Block 9, 10, and 11 also as our continued effort in building in Superior. We've really excited to be a part of this also. It's just a kind of a brief overview if you guys are not too familiar with Remington Homes. We have been building houses for 3 generations in Colorado, and we primarily have been focusing on the west side of town in Denver, and here are several of our projects that we've built in the last 10 years in Denver. A little bit about kind of how we build. Every one of our houses is a E-Star rated and tested house. Every one of our houses receives a HERS index score, and a HERS score is like a golf score, so the lower the better, where code comes in about or right at 100, and all of the houses we build are below 60 or about 60. And then the other program that we've been doing for a little bit of time now is we're an EPA indoor air plus builder, so the quality of the air that we essentially are been putting into the houses. So we were building the row homes on blocks 9, 10, and 11, and that primarily face Old Railway is what we're looking at here. Probably best to point out at this point is there are 11 buildings. All 10 out of the 11 buildings will face a public street, and this is the internal building here, which will face that internal courtyard, which we will be asking for a variance on for that building to be built. So this just kind of gives you the overview, a little bit smaller overview of that area of the 11 buildings that we're talking about. With the exception, this is all of the criteria that we're building the buildings under. One of the big hot buttons is the building heights. All of the buildings are underneath the 55-foot maximum building height that's allowed here. The tallest building is about 43 feet when we go to the rooftop deck. We'll also be offering a non-rooftop deck, which is about 40 feet in height. So these buildings will be similar to what we've built in Block 13 and are currently starting to construct in Block 25 in downtown Superior, with the exception of the rooftop deck, which is a new addition for us. This shows kind of the floor plan as the footprint takes up primarily the majority of the lot space. We have a front porch that that have been essentially continued on these that we had on Block 13 and Block 25, and we'll continue to be building that similar design. We have introduced essentially a Plan 109 into Block 9, 10, and 11. We had a little bit more room width on some of the buildings, and so we had some additional square footage that we were allowed to get into a 109 plan. We will also be asking for an exception on the 109 plan, whereas it exceeds the typology standards for the square footage allowed underneath the row home standards. So those are the 2 variances that we'll be asking for. This is what the architecture looks like without the rooftop deck. It primarily is focused on the second floor living with a deck on the main level that faces the front, that faces the street. The main level has a study, and the bedrooms are on the third floor of the units with rear entry garages. The architecture also consists of four-sided architecture. So the side elevations and the rear elevations have all the architecture features that the front sides has. We've kind of talked a little bit about the Planning Commission, where we've included, it's maybe a little hard to see in this, but we've wrapped the deck around the side to help kind of bring the side around, and we have a corner feature on the buildings that will help incorporate the front from the side and bring some more uniformity to the buildings on that. This is the front and rear elevations of the rooftop deck units. Primarily, the big difference is a section of the sloped roof goes away, and what you're looking at up here is essentially the stair wall, the stair entry going up to the top of the rooftop deck. The rooftop deck will be on the back part of the building, and we'll have a little bit of sloped roof on the front part of the building. Maybe a little hard to see in these pictures, but it's there. Again, we just talk about the four-sided architecture. This is what the side of the rooftop architecture will look like. And this is the rendering of our buildings, showing the rooftop decks on these with the balconies on the second floor integrated to with the living space all, or with the, the porches coming out onto the main street. We were asked to provide some different color schemes. So we have provided essentially 4 different color schemes for downtown Superior here in blocks 9, 10, and 11, and these will be dispersed throughout the 11 buildings that we are building on there. As I already talked about, the 2 variances that we'll be asking for is the square footage variance for that 109 plan, and we will also be asking for the front doors on that internal building that will face essentially the center of the building versus a public street. So, thank you very much.
There it is. Sorry.
Good evening, Jeremiah Simpson with Walker Consultants. I'm here this evening to talk about the parking plan. There tends to be a lot of questions about parking. I think when you look at a mixed-use project like this, there's some fear that it will end up being underparked, and so kind of wanted to walk this group through the methodology and allow for some questions, just to make sure you're comfortable with our approach and kind of explain kind of the purpose behind shared parking. I'm a planner by trade, so this is going to be a little bit more numbers focused than Rachel's nice presentation with all the elevations, but I do have some pictures in here. I'm representing Walker Consultants. We're a 54-year-old company. We were really one of the pioneers in shared parking. One of our principals wrote the first 2 editions of the book and actually did the text for most of the 3rd edition, which is out now for ULI members and publication on Amazon starting in January. So that is the methodology that we followed for this, the Morgan Ranch DTS and the area-wide parking plan. So just to take a few steps back, Bill indicated that some of the folks up here may not have been a part or sitting in this board for the original PD plan, or may not have seen the prior presentations on shared parking. So I just wanted to talk for a minute about why shared parking. Shared parking really started in the 80s, and it was a reaction to this. We have 7 parking spaces for every vehicle in the United States right now. And so you see an awful lot of development in the United States with massive amounts of parking that's underutilized for most parts of the day. Really, most shopping centers are designed for, a peak weekend in December, and these days with retail going the way it is and more people shopping online, these spots are never, ever utilized. And so we have an excessive amount of surface parking in the United States. ULI and other organizations started to think about how to bring land uses closer together to incentivize greater development density, to try to reduce single occupancy vehicles, in general, just do development better than it's been done in the past. And so Donald Shoup wrote a very influential book in 2005 called The High Cost of Free Parking. And then the Parking Generation edition, number 5, is out this year. And as I said, ULI shared parking model, now in its 3rd edition, is really the industry standard when evaluating mixed-use developments. The planned development plan for this project allows for shared parking at each phase of the project. And so really we followed that methodology and tried to right-size the parking for each phase of build-out for Morgan Ranch DTS and then for Area 2 site-wide. So here's another representation of the concept. So you can see if these land uses were parked with individual, one-for-one ratios applied for each land use, you're ending up with an awful lot of parking. The shared parking graph on the right is a lot more representative of actual usage. And so the ability to be able to share a parking resource between multiple uses, generally reduces parking needs on a site by somewhere between 20 and 50%, depending on how efficient the uses are. So it's a much more efficient way to do your land use development. Really, the outcome of a good shared parking district is that you're right-sizing your resources. This means that instead of all parking lots, you're doing some shared use garages. Your land uses are closer together. You have a more walkable place. You have a greater development density. It's transit supportive. And without all that surface parking, you have reduced runoff from water to mitigate, and you also have less radiated heat. So just more sustainable from a development standpoint. And these work very successfully. Whether or not you like these projects, is debatable, but the parking is designed to fit the mix of uses. So, here in Colorado, we have examples like Belmar, which is in a suburban environment. It self-parks sufficiently with shared on-street metered parking and then free parking garages. We have parts of the Stapleton development like the Main Street Shops on East 29th. We have new transit-oriented development going in all over the Denver area like the Bellevue Station project down there in the Denver Tech Center. And then we have areas like Old Town Arvada that have a downtown that's, organized with some shared use, mixed use garages. And then right down 36 here, you also have the Bank One Center and that shared parking garage and development around that area. So lots of examples of shared parking districts that are working well. So again, here's the Morgan Ranch DTS or the Main Street Core project, really in the red outlined. We've also done an analysis of Block 12, which is the sports stable and the MOB, and how those existing uses fit with Morgan Ranch DTS, and then broadened our scope to look at the Area 2 build out to make sure that these sites, as you get closer to McCaslin, are also parked sufficiently as part of the parking plan. So again, as Rachel had mentioned, the objective is to make sure that Morgan Ranch is parked sufficiently for that portion, but we did want to look at how these resources work together. So something that I showed last time I was here was really the level of service walking distance. So between 400 and 800 feet, we would consider a level of service A to B, which is sufficient or appropriate for retail and restaurant patrons. So really when you're looking at shared use resource, we're looking at parts of the adjacent projects in terms of who's going to use that. So here's just an example from my last presentation, but it is the MOB garage. Nights and weekends it's available for the sports stable, but it's open for public parking. So essentially, retail restaurant visitors that know that garage is there, and even retail and restaurant employees that are coming in for dinner shift. Those are potential user groups, as is the garage near the center of the public portions of the garage near the center of the project. And any of the lots are on-street spaces that do have public parking. So, all of these are mixed and sharing a mix of user groups, which allows for that efficiency of the parking footprint. So a quick summary of findings. Again, we looked at the Morgan Ranch DTS, or Block 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and the little portion of Block 4. This is the Main Street Core. As Rachel's presentation had pointed out, we have retail and restaurant in the ground floor, civic building and multifamily, and that's surrounded by these multifamily blocks. And we have the sports stable anchoring the project here at the eastern end. The project is parked sufficiently for both the Morgan Ranch DTS, and then considering uses on Block 12, we've made a recommendation to support existing and the next phase of development. So I'm not going to read this entire table, but I'm trying to show kind of some of the science. These are researched base ratios and adjustments. Organizations like Urban Land Institute and ITE contribute to the base ratios. We look at the area demographics, and we look at the transit statistics from the American Community Surveys to come up with a driving ratio. And then the non-captive is an algorithm internal to the model, but it calculates based on, say, how many residents you have on a project site, what are the number of internal trips that might go to a restaurant on site. Then you have an hourly adjustment and a monthly adjustment. And then we've calculated out how much of this is reserved parking versus available for shared use. And at the end of the table, we have a recommendation for how many parking spaces. So again, the model is projecting a weekend peak with a supply recommendation of 1,067 stalls. I put an asterisk there under supply recommendation. I'm trying to remember to mention this in presentations. One of the things that's been misunderstood in previous iterations of shared parking is that it is a predictor of demand. That is not the case. The underlying research relies on 85th percentile of different land uses. And so this is really a supply recommendation. This is not saying that this project is going to generate 1,067 cars. This is meant to say, if we want to be smart about our parking allocations, how many spaces should we build for this number of uses? And so most of the time, this project is not going to generate this number of cars. And what this number is designed to say is that on a design day or a 95th percentile peak with all these different uses, functioning well and being successful, this parking should be sufficient. And so it's important to keep in mind that, this is trying to right-size the parking supply and not trying to tell you how many cars you're going to have in the project. So just wanted to point that out on this table. So this is another way to demonstrate or show how the parking is going to work. You can see, again, that supply recommendation goes up or down by hour of the day. This is really looking at a hypothetical peak month and how that supply recommendation would change. For this particular mix of uses, the weekend is driving the peak hour. That's because your restaurants are busier on a weekend. So for Morgan Ranch DTS, it's a lot of projects that have office. We're looking at the weekday. In this case, we're looking at a weekend peak. They're very similar, though. About 1,020 stalls for a weekday, about 1,067 for a weekend recommendation at the peak hour. So this is what the planning team has taken from our analysis and programmed into the Morgan Ranch portion. So then expanding this, looking at the Area 2 and the site-wide analysis, we've looked specifically at Morgan Ranch plus Block 12. I'm going to get the sports stable in a minute because I want to talk about that. And then the shared use of the MOB garage, and then the conceptual build-out of 2, 5, and 8, which is kind of there in the western part of the project. Here's the program assumptions. Block 1 is kind of off by itself, so we have not included that in the shared parking analysis, but that is proposed as a hotel. So we have looked at, 2, 5, and 8 as potentially including additional office space, 120-room hotel, about a 4,000 square foot theater, which is about 800 seats. Existing uses on Block 12 is the medical office building, and 165,000 square foot of a sports stable. And then the lighter highlighted are 6, 7, 9, and 11, which is the Morgan Ranch DTS portion. And then blocks 13 through 27 is really multifamily development. We've used that to inform our captive ratios. In other words, you do get some walk-in from those or some bike-in from those neighbors, especially towards the north part of that section, but they're going to be self-parked on those blocks. So when I talk about the area-wide shared parking, I'm really talking about Zone 2 or Area 2 under the planned development. Sports Stable is kind of a unique building. It's larger and more diverse than kind of your typical, community health club or your typical, ISA rink with concessions. It's really got a lot of different venues in it. We have a health club, we have some adult fitness, we have some training facilities. We've got, the 2 hockey rinks, and then we've also got a, flexible, basketball court. So we've done some of our own research. We've definitely consulted with what ITE has, although the number of sites that they have are surveyed are fairly limited. We did 2 sets of counts at different times. One was a week-long set of counts conducted by the town. One was a weekend-long set of counts conducted by my planning team. Both counts came in lower than the BVI cornerstone analysis, which the sports stable was presented with kind of when that building was entitled. And so we've kind of gone with the highest ratio that we had some demonstrated backup to, and that was the conceptual analysis that looked at the different hockey teams and how many people would be in the building at once. So the ratio from that analysis was a 2.3 per thousand on a weekend and a 1.45 on a weekday. Again, the 2 ratios that we surveyed on relatively busy weekends were both less than those numbers. Primarily, people are parking out in front of this building right now in the temporary lot and to the north of the building. I just did a drive-through of the parking garage tonight. The building was, before I came over here, building was busy. People are not in the parking garage. I think it's because they're not used to using it. And the first thing they see as they're driving up right now is that temporary lot. As that lot goes away with future development, those same parking spaces will be in the parking garage. And I can tell you there was about 12 cars in there, and everybody that was in the lot would fit in the garage with plenty of room to spare. So that's kind of how these numbers have played out in our field data observations as well. So we've taken the sports stable data and we've added it down here to our model. There's backup for every month and hour. So, this is fully modeled out. So again, we're only looking at a snapshot in time when it's going to have an impact when these other uses are busy. So this is the weekday sports stables generating about 155 cars on a weekday evening. Block 12 plus the Morgan Ranch is generating a need for about 1,300 stalls. Again, based on the model, we're recommending 1418 for Block 12 plus the Morgan Ranch. So existing uses plus the next phase. So we're going to verify these numbers. I think the town, Alex has slightly different numbers which were presented to this group, but there's about 1,500 stalls available after construction of Morgan Ranch. So our assessment is that the Morgan Ranch will park sufficiently with the 1,067 planned for that portion, and that the Morgan Ranch plus Block 12 will park sufficiently in 1518 with a projected need for about 100 stalls less on a design day evening for that. 1747 is the preliminary number for the full build out. I don't have charts on that yet because those uses are probably somewhat in flux. You'll notice there's only about a 300 or so space increase between Morgan Ranch and Block 12 up to Area 2, and that's because more of the development for the full build out on the western part of the site is daytime uses, so office buildings, things that are a lot more efficient with existing uses. So we did do an assessment. It's possible to park, all additional spaces needed at grade. I don't think that's a done conclusion yet, but those 3 sites out there can be developed with the proposed uses with surface parking and will be parked sufficiently. So we've also made some recommendations in our report in terms of site-wide management strategies. It's important to think about this as a shared parking district, and so there's definitely best practices on how these things work well and how they, in the past have not worked as well. So we've recommended pay parking unbundled for residents. That means that if you lease an apartment unit, you might have a space, allocated, but that's not a reserved stall. It's an unreserved space in a zone where you may have a permit, but the additional parking you would pay a lease rate for. This is a demonstrated strategy to allow people to make a decision about, rather than saying, here's your 2 spots and they're signed and they're reserved. Those typically don't get used. Some of these units are very, they're small. So they're catering to people that, don't have 3 vehicles in a, 400 to 600 square foot apartment. So we really want to incentivize people to, live, work, and play in this community. We've recommended zone-based permits, and then we've recommended some strategies for considering transit and micro-mobility to better move around the site and create those internal trips and that captive effect. So here's the take home. This is a highly appropriate context for shared parking. I would I would consider this a greenfield development. It's relatively self-contained. With McCaslin, there's not much risk of overflow parking impacting other projects, especially since 2, 5, and 8 are going to have parking on them. Those will be, one of the first options. We don't think it's needed, but if, there is a major concern about overflow, there is a significant amount of parking going in here in Area 1, which also acts as a release valve. This is not a development, next to an established neighborhood where there's a high impact of overflow. This really has the opportunity to be very successful as a shared parking district. We feel that the numbers and the approach are appropriate, and we feel that the project's, being parked sufficiently at both phases. And so if there's any questions at all, I'd be happy to run through methodology. So.
Okay, thanks, Jeremiah, and thanks to the whole team. What I'd propose to the board is that we offer an opportunity for public comment for those that like to offer comment at this time, and then we will take a short break and then we'll get into board questions. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, at this time I'll offer an opportunity for public comment on this item.
Good evening, Stacy Beeson, and I live at 417 Promenade Drive in downtown Superior, and I represent myself, my husband, and a group of neighbors. So this is all fairly new to us, but we're not in favor of conversion to work-live spaces within the interior block of 6, 9, and 10. The project was sold as a vibrant retail restaurant center, not offices or another suburb. We are not in favor of the Clubhouse Leasing Center in such a prime location on Block 6. There's a difference between activation to the plaza and busy ingress and egress from an apartment. We as a community were excited to join a vibrant neighborhood project filled with retail restaurants and plazas. We envisioned art installations, flowers, and smart design, which we saw a lot of here tonight. The idea is a highly bikeable, walkable community. Superior and downtown Superior demographic is affluent with discretionary spending capacity, and we are anxious to support commercial ventures. And we're concerned about the 18-month timeline provided to establish retail commercial uses in blocks 9 and 10. I know this wasn't discussed directly tonight. The town of Superior has a long-term vision for a vibrant retail commercial center in this area for well over a decade, and allowing only 18 months for commercial retail development to become a reality is short-sighted. We're just wondering if the town is ready to give up on their long-term vision in just 18 months, adding residents to the area. By the currently approved housing will allow for additional participation in downtown activities. We're confused about the timing of this amendment and fear that the developers have economic information about the upcoming climate that dictates a mitigation of risk on their part. We took a risk as a community to purchase expensive homes here and did so with the idea that an established FDP was set to go. So downtown Superior is the chance for a new community in desirable Boulder County with the Flatirons as the direct backdrop to our main street. We have one time to do it right. So let's not lose sight of this huge responsibility and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Any additional comments? Okay, we will offer additional opportunity for public comment at our next meeting on December 9th, if you'd like to do so. All right, at this time, we're going to take a 5 or 7 minute recess. All right, everyone in the audience, could we go ahead and get started, please? Thank you. All right, thank you all for allowing us a little break. We're back and ready for board questions. Who would like to start?
Mayor, do you want us to jump all over the map, or do you want to start with a specific category? Maybe it's the front facing, maybe it's the parking, maybe it's the...
I like that approach.
Because otherwise we'll just
although trying to regulate from going all over the board would... no, I think that's a great approach. So maybe if someone wanted to start with an area, maybe the north or the south, and kind of go from there, that would be a great suggestion.
I'd love to start talking about the live workspaces.
Okay.
If possible. I imagine other people have comments on that as well. All right, so first question I had about the live workspaces, Kendra, this is actually probably a question for you. So I know that I saw the note that it would be written into the leases that the work part would have to be used for commercial businesses, which makes sense to me. Is it possible to write in that the work part can't be vacant if there is a tenant in the live part?
That would be tough.
Okay.
Right, because I'm not sure where we would write that in.
So I guess that's not for us to write in, but for the applicant to write into the leases. My concern is that we might have someone who says, oh, I really want to live here. You know, I'm willing to just let that space sit empty because I want to live in this back portion.
And that's a risk. And I don't know how to avoid that. I don't know what Bill's going to say, but I can't imagine trying to kick someone out for not using the commercial space.
Well, yeah, and I would say in our private leases for those spaces, just like we'll require that front space be used for some kind of a commercial purpose, we would say you can't lease one of these unless you have a commercial purpose to use it for. Mm-hmm. In general, absolutely, we'll write that in the lease, and I don't see that being an issue at all. In general, I don't see it being a real market issue anyway, because those spaces, because of the size. I don't think anyone who doesn't have some kind of a commercial use is going to want to live on Main Street with their front door off of, the main street with all the people walking by and everything. That's really designed for more of a commercial use. Okay. So I don't think it's going to be attractive to a straight residential user. And they are pretty large units for only being one bed, so they will be relatively expensive for one bed. The idea is that it's still much cheaper than renting your own standalone storefront. So if you're a small business operator and you have 1 or 2 employees and you only want to have a 400, 500 square foot office, this is a perfect option for you because you can rent one space for both your home and your office and save money compared to renting a full commercial space somewhere else. But for a normal residential lessee, they're going to prefer a standard residential unit that's the right size and the right price for them. So
the issue is trying to kick them out if the commercial part doesn't work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do write that provision into the lease, that would be a breach of the lease, and we would certainly have the right to terminate a lease for that reason. I would think we can get our legal team's input on that too to make sure there's no breach of state law or anything in there. But I would imagine it's not an issue.
What is the expectation of who occupies the workspace versus the live space? For instance, a small business that maybe the owner of the business wants to offer an employee a place to live but run the business out of the work space.
I'm sorry, the question was.
So does the owner of said business have to both live there and work there, or could owner of said business allow an employee?
Yeah, no, I think that would be fine. I think from our perspective, we're just worried about the use. We want someone, I'll answer the question, but then I want to back up and sort of frame the whole discussion a little bit differently. But I don't think we would make the owner of the business be the lessee. Certainly, an owner could have a business; they could have their manager live there and provide the free rent as an employee benefit or something like that. From our perspective, as long as that front area is being used for an active, open, commercial, public-facing business, and the back part, assumedly is being used for someone to live there, then we're fine. I don't think we would have an opinion on who has to live there, who has to work there. But to frame the whole discussion up a little bit, where's our presentation? This one? So our intent is not at all to come out and build this as live work from day one. We have no concerns right now about the leasability of the retail space as true commercial space. This is really a function of the type of project this is and the state of financing for projects this size right now. When you're looking at projects this size, we're talking about large institutional investors. They typically fall into sort of one asset class each. So there are institutional investors who are comfortable investing in residential projects. there are other institutional investors who are comfortable investing in malls and commercial projects. If you're going to put this in a one category, it's more of a residential project than it is a mall. There's a large component of retail in this, which is what makes it so unique and so special. But this financing question that we're talking about here is why you don't see more of these projects that have a really good kind of 70 to 100,000 square feet of retail in them, along with a bunch of residential that's integrated. It's really hard to do from a financing perspective because you have these institutional investors that just, it's really hard to get them comfortable with both of those asset classes mixed together. They want it to be either a 800,000 square foot mall or a 400,000 square foot apartment complex. They don't want it to be both. That said, you know, I think this is really the way that the whole real estate development and kind of society in general is trending towards. It's these right-sized retail spaces. No one wants to go to a department store anymore. Everyone likes the local, smaller shop that can provide the really high quality service and product, and is in this kind of smaller format, more walkable Main Street environment that doesn't have 800,000 square feet of shops around a Macy's. It has 70,000 square feet of local shops and more interesting kind of procured tenants and vendors from both local and regional areas. So I think this is a great development pattern. I think it's going to be very successful. I just want to share sort of the backside of that on the financing side. It is difficult. So this whole proposal is really in response to that pushback from financing partners. The financing partners on this are traditionally more geared towards the residential, and they've all had projects, and every residential developer will tell you this. They've all had projects where it's a residential 400-unit project. Planners make them put 20,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. They do it poorly. The ceiling heights aren't tall enough. The spaces aren't deep enough. They don't have the right services, and so those spaces never lease to retail, and they sit vacant. And those financing partners who funded those residential projects say, see, retail doesn't work. And it's because they designed it poorly and it's not really set up to be a retail commercial project.
So, Bill, when you considered partners and you went with Morgan over some other partners, and I believe there were other partners that were highly residential. So, and I'm hearing two potential reasons why you want to convert to mixed use. Number one, it's, you know, this is an expensive piece of land, and just the economics, right? So if you are a small business owner and you could have a shop in the front and a bedroom in the back or a small apartment in the back, that's economical. But there's other ways to solve the economic challenge. You could have reduced rent somewhere else, you know, and there's other ways to challenge that. And I get the, you know, there's institutional investors that either want to go with residential or they want to go with commercial. And this is challenging if most of your investors are going to be more of the residential type, which I believe is the history of Morgan, right? I think Morgan's primarily been a residential builder, apartment builder, correct? Yes. Affirmative head nod for the record. We've got a lot of difficult things to talk about over the next two meetings. This is a big ask, Bill. I mean, there was not a lot of commercial requirements for this. You know, when you look at, you know, you've often brought up the 1,400 homes, and I suspect you're going to land, you know, somewhere between 1,370 and 1,400, but you're going to be, you know, miles away from the not to exceed commercial total square footage, and we're not going to even come close to that. It's a huge ask. We've already heard, you know, a single comment resistance from one of the new residents in that community. I'm not convinced for the reasons that you've stated. That, you know, the reasons I've heard are.
Well, let me keep going. So you know, the reason, quite honestly, the reason is to be able to get the project financed. If the option may very well be that we come up with a solution to answer financing people's problems on this, or we can't get the financing and the project just doesn't move forward. That's, to me, the worst outcome, because I want to see this built, and I think it's a great project, and we don't have any concerns with being able to lease the commercial as true commercial. So that brings me back to my sort of first point. We're not planning on building this out as live work. we're not going to go out there day one and build it out as live work. We're going to build it as true commercial space. We're going to try our darndest to lease it as true commercial space. I provided some numbers to the town staff that proved that based on local comps, we could reduce lease rates on true commercial space by half and still be economically better than building these out as live work and leasing them as live work. Obviously, we're incentivized to lease them as commercial space. This is only a response to financing partners' questions and issues with this to be able to attract an institutional partner who will fund this project. So now, as far as the ask goes, the original PD had this zone, which is, in place now, existing without any kind of variance or anything, which is shown in the green stripe here. So it was the South Block. So, well, I guess we won't talk about this because it's not part of this FDP, but it was all of Block 9, half of Block 10, and half of Block 6. And that language was here. It was flex space with a live work residential restriction. Residential use not allowed within 25% of Main Street ground floor frontage built as live work. So there's been some, I think that language is fuzzy. Does it mean that you can have residential in the other 75% if you can't have it within the 25%? Or does it mean that only 25% can be live work? Quite honestly, I don't want to argue about it.
Here on that. Was that an add on PD Amendment 3?
I don't know where that came in, but it is on PD A3. I don't know if that was on PD 2 or 1. It was on both. So that's an original. Yeah.
So could we just have Stephen come up and confirm that and just confirm what your understanding is of the existing zoning on each of these blocks and, what is allowed? Like, can you put in residential on the ground floor on Main Street?
So staff's has a different interpretation than what the application originally came in at. And I think the PD proposal, the changes we're in agreement on. But originally it came in, with the request that you could have closer to 75% of residential uses on the area shown in green here. We can pull up a different map and show you the PD zoning if you want. I have one that shows the contrast between what's existing and what's proposed. But in general, staff, look through the design guidelines as well as that language. And I think the intent, talking to manager's office and everything and being a part of those PD3 discussions was that ground floor was supposed to be limited to 25% residential in that area. And if you go through the typologies, that reinforces that all the typologies currently have either ground floor commercial with apartments above or a live work unit that has ground floor commercial with a condo or a townhome above it. So there's really no contemplation of ground floor residential in this area that fits within the typology. So it's kind of a overarching theme that that staff interprets as being as restrictive as we did. So we did the analysis too to calculate how much of that floor area could be allowed at 25%, and it came back to roughly 7,000 square feet. And then we did the calculation based on the live work changes that they're proposing, and that overarching live work area is 21,000 square feet. But if you take out, or if you credit them back the commercial space, that reduces that number almost in half. So their request is really about 4,000 extra square feet of residential space within this area. And in, I guess, the other give that I feel like they're giving and we're guaranteeing is that all of that 100% of frontage is commercial. It's just whether or not you're comfortable with that being a live work kind of commercial frontage versus a traditional retail frontage.
So there would be no residential elements facing the street. It would be in the back.
Correct. Okay. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah.
And the other give, in addition to not having any residential facing Main Street, which would have been allowed under the existing PD, we are carving these corners out and guaranteeing that those will be commercial now instead of potentially being some sort of live work under the original PD, which makes a lot of sense because those corners are the most viable commercial space. They are the best and most prominent commercial space. So now via this PD amendment that you won't have live work on this end or these corners, which you may have had under the existing PD. So, basically we feel like we're taking the existing allowed ground floor residential as part of the live work under the original PD. We're more clearly allocating it to show you exactly where it's going to go, because now we have a real plan to build a project. And maybe we're adding, depending on how you interpret the language, maybe we're adding 3,000 or 4,000 square feet of potential residential, but none of it is on the frontage, and we're guaranteeing these corners aren't residential. So, we feel like that's a fair sort of trade from a zoning and planning standpoint. And quite honestly, I wouldn't have gone down this path at all, because I know it's a big discussion, and I agree it's a big ask. This is consistent feedback I've gotten from every financing partner we've talked to for the last year, and it's something that we had to answer. And so, in all of our financing materials that we put out, we show a sort of doomsday scenario where retail doesn't exist at all anymore. This space just sits vacant forever, and in that case, we can at least still fill some portion of it with uses that we know will be there. Even if it makes half of what the commercial would have made, at least it's a way to monetize some of that space and provide some revenue to the project, which keeps it out of bankruptcy even in that doomsday scenario. So
I'm having a hard time understanding, how exactly live work is typically used, right? So can you give me some examples as to, what your typical live work tenant?
Yes, it's really a broad range of uses. Think of any entrepreneurial kind of incubator type of a business. It could be an architect who doesn't have a big office but just works on his own. It could be a lawyer, same kind of thing, who has maybe 1 or 2 employees, or it's just him working out of his office. But he wants a storefront. It could be an insurance agent, like a State Farm place. It could be a flower shop, or a boutique. It could be someone who wants to open up a retail boutique but doesn't have the financial resources to lease a 2,000 square foot space, and so they get a 400 square foot space to start here. It could be really it could be some sort of a editor professional office.
Could I reframe that question a little bit? So, is there a demand in the marketplace for this? I
think so. We have a lot of this just from personal reference in downtown San Diego that has been successful. Jonathan Siegel's done it a couple times pretty successfully, and they're, most of those are either small professional offices like I was talking about. There's a couple that are salons that go into those, that it's a salon operator and owner who just has their space. But it's ground floor commercial frontage with nice tall storefront glass. It doesn't look any different from the commercial build out of the project. We're not changing the architecture at all. So you'll still have a nice 12-foot tall storefront. It's just the residential goes in the back and takes up half of what would have been the back of house of the commercial space.
So the marketplaces you're talking about, where this is occurring, San Diego, give an example. I assume that when you're in places that end up with those higher, more less affordable housing prices, this is where this becomes more attractive. Where I'm still getting stuck though is, here, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I'm probably thinking along the same lines as you, Ken. One thing I had asked town staff, and they didn't really have an answer, is where has this been successful in Colorado? Every time I've seen these types of live work spaces, they've been empty. I know that's not your goal, so I assume that you're excited and you feel like there's somebody that can fill them, but I just haven't seen these be successful, and I'd love to see an example of that.
No, I can point to the only example I can think of off the top of my head is in San Diego, but I'm sure we can find some in Denver also. Really, the answer to the question is I don't think we're going to do this. I think it's going to be commercial space and it's going to lease out as retail space. We're doing this so that we can get
for the financing,
a giant loan to build this project. To that extent, all it's doing is providing a tiny bit more flexibility than is under the existing zoning, which it sounds like gets everybody over the hurdle to make those loans and finance the project. If commercial's not successful and live work isn't successful, then we're in no worse a place than if it wasn't zoned to allow live work. It's just providing additional flexibility to put something on the ground floor there again. And again, from an economic standpoint, we could take the commercial rents that we're planning on charging based on comps in the market, cut them in half, and still be better off than leasing this as live work. If we if we offer these at half of market rates for commercial space, they will fill up as commercial space.
Okay.
Which is why I'm saying, with a pretty high degree of certainty, these are going to be just full commercial space. This is just a necessary response to a financing question I've gotten. So
yeah, I mean, it's, I do appreciate taking the quote, and it's an accurate quote, as you put it in quotes, flex space with live work, residential restriction, residential use not allowed within 25% of the main street. But it's a bullet on a sheet, right? So when you go to the guidelines, there's a lot more detail that's provided. So this is what we've been waiting for 7 years, right? Town center core, integrated urban setting by incorporating shopping, entertainment, restaurant use along Main Street and the town square with flex space around and above office, retail, residential, civic, et cetera. The buildings will be predominantly 3-4 stories with some structures. I think the vision here is to recognize that, we're not going to, I don't think anybody expected a 2 or 3 story furniture shop to be in downtown Superior, and we're going to have to be flexible, and there's going to have to be some literally flex space above and around. I don't think, and I want to ask Kendra if I can go back and watch the videos from 7 or 8 years ago, but I don't think there was ever an expectation that there would be ground floor flex space. I mean, it's completely foreign to me, and I thought I knew these documents as well as anybody.
There is a narrative in the design guidelines about this live work.
Yeah, I understand, above and around.
Sorry.
So that narrative in the design guidelines is above and around. That's what
Yeah, but it also talks about the 25%. Because it specifically says if the flex space on Main Street is constructed with live work product, residential uses on the ground floor space will not be allowed on 25% of the units.
So I'm kind of intrigued by this whole idea of the flex space. I mean, when we think of retail, we think of businesses selling stuff, but there's a lot of businesses that want to be in high traffic areas, like the businesses Bill mentioned, insurance agents, chiropractors, and many that offer services. And I think that would probably like to be in a location like this. I'm in one of those executive office suites across the way in Louisville, and there are therapists there are chiropractors and architects, and I can think that a number of them would probably rather be, or some of them might like a storefront setting, a little more light than some second story suite and office building that doesn't have any identity at all for their business. And then this idea of being able to either offer that residential component for them, for an employee, for someone else, it's to me, I find it quite intriguing. And I think having the commercial piece facing the street, that's keeping in the spirit of what we wanted along Main Street. So whether it's a boutique clothing shop or a chiropractor, I think they're all providing things for the community.
So, Bill, when when this was brought to the Planning Commission, there was discussion of 18 months or so, I forget the number, before this could be contemplated. That appears to have disappeared. Can you walk us through?
That's because of me.
Kendra, can you walk us through why that's not there?
Because they either got to have it one way or the other. We can't do this 18-month thing, and that's kind of a rezoning, an automatic rezoning, and we already got nailed on that once. I'm not going to do that again. So I basically put the kibosh on that and said, pick now. So that's where that came from.
We had proposed, the original proposal was to do some amount that would be allowed to be built as soon as the project was complete. It could be converted to live work if it needed to, which was basically based on the original PD allowance to say, no, we're not changing anything. And they were saying, but we're asking for this additional piece that 18 months later, if nothing's leasing up, we can convert that to Like Kendra said, there were some potentially issues with that just from a zoning standpoint. So the town's recommendation was to take that out and to reduce the amount we were asking for, which we did. We were asking for block 11 to be allowed potentially. We took that out. We also took out more of the corner spaces to come to kind of resolution where town staff felt they could support this. And we basically, got down to the minimum of what we could still show as we can still pay our loan payments if this lease is as live work instead of commercial. I did want to quickly respond, Kevin, to your comment on the PD. This is the PD sheet, I think CS 1.1 or 1.2.
Yeah,
is the zoning sheet.
that's what I'm looking at, but it's in the.
It's also in the design guidelines.
Yeah, well, yes, I see that sheet copied in the design guidelines.
So this is the.
Never, it is a little fuzzy, as Stephen pointed out. Right. So,
yeah, this is the excerpt. I just want to show it on the plan. This is the excerpt with that color blocking that talks about live work on the ground floor. And then looking at the plan, zoomed in so it's easier to see, this is that same hatch.
There's a little more detail, and then in section 8, if the flex space on Main Street is constructed with a live work product, residential uses on the ground floor space will not be allowed on 25% of the units.
Which means they would be allowed on 75% of the units, right?
Correct. The developer or builder will identify the units that have residential ground floor restriction on the portion of the blocks fronting Main Street, portions 5, 7, 9, and 11. And then the restriction is enforced by you guys.
So Bill, the financing that's driving all this, is that limited to just this FTP, or is this financing for the entire project?
Not just this FTP. It's the construction financing to build out the Morgan Ranch DTS.
So the PD amendment that we're reviewing on block 5, it has the same live work zoning. Clearly that's not needed right now.
Basically, we're cleaning up the PD with more specific information on what live work means and answering this question about 25 versus 75%. We figured we would just answer that once and fix the PD to match throughout wherever it was referenced.
Okay.
Is any of this live work or any of the space for sale, or is all this for lease?
All for lease.
Phil, just a question, and Stephen submitted a new page because I got all confused. It's the plan sheet too, and it's a comparison between live and work or no live and work, and specifically, for example, block 10, in the sort of no live works scenario, there's 15,000 square feet of space.
It's basically this whole ground floor area.
Right, and then if we go in the live work land, there's 10,000 square feet of leasable space. There's a difference there, the 5,000 feet different. Is that, the extra walls? Is it just the living space that's needed? Like, what's driving, because I get it, you want to get the project financed, we all do. But what I'm trying to understand is, at some point, you're going to have, a potential tenant, and you're going to start, finishing it. So I'm trying to understand how we have such a huge difference, 50% difference between the leasable square feet in the two scenarios.
Are you talking just commercial leasable square footage or?
Just, I'm just looking at block 10, there's 15,000 square feet of leasable space, both restaurant, non-restaurant, and in the live work land, there's 10,000 square feet, including the live work space.
Of commercial, 10,000 of commercial.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the other 5,000 square feet would be in the back of the blue area, would be the residential area that's not included in that. Okay. That'd be 10,000 square feet of commercial space, including the working spaces of those live work units.
Right.
And 5,000 square feet of residential space facing the south side of the building.
Okay, so that's what we're losing.
Yeah. In this image actually might be helpful. I kind of went through it quickly, but you start to see the 2 unit plans that we've been drawing up, and you can see the workspace in that long narrow one. That plan matches that block you were just referencing, so you can see every workspace is required to have a public bathroom, and then the other amenities would just be for the residents, and that's the difference.
So yeah, in blocks 9, 10, and 11, you'd have a single story, and these are still tall spaces. They're 14 foot clear, so this is going to be a really attractive commercial space with a full height storefront, signage, the whole thing. So you have your workspace up front, and then public bathroom here, and then a door back to the residential portion of the unit with living facing that south side of the building and a bedroom tucked in here. And then on block 6, because it's a different building type that has a parking garage in the back of it, you can't have the residential facing the back of the unit. And so those become mezzanine units where you walk in the ground floor. This is a little bit larger workspace in the front with the same commercial storefront, a kitchen and public bath that would serve that working space like you'll typically see in a little sort of private office. And then you go upstairs to a mezzanine level with a bedroom and a bathroom that overlooks that space. So.
Or otherwise called a loft, right?
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, and the reason why I'm asking this question, because, as taxes from service revenue are relatively non-existent, moving boxes or products are beneficial to the town coffer, so live workspace, obviously has somewhat of a negative detriment to sales tax revenue, obviously.
Well, if you compare a fully occupied retail center to the live work version, obviously there would be some reduction. Right. If you compare a vacant retail center to the live work thing, then the live work actually gives you more taxes. So.
Fair enough.
And that's really, based on the economics, that's the only way we would build these out. These are going to be expensive to build out, and they're going to lease for less than half of what the commercial would lease for. The only way this will ever get built out this way is if commercial is truly not successful, which I can't imagine happens. I think this is going to be a very vibrant, commercially focused center, and based on everything I talked about with the local tenants and everything. So I just don't see it happening. Again, we've done a lot of work to answer the financing question.
Yeah.
Can you talk about other alternatives you explored to answer that financing question? Is this the only answer to that question?
The other answer was everyone's first response was take out all the retail. And we said, and we pushed back obviously hard on all of them and said, no, we cannot do that. We've been selling this dream for forever now. And that's not this kind of project. This is a Main Street project. We had to sell that vision to all of them. And basically this was the only solution I could come up with that I think maintains our ability to build it as commercial space. We're going to build the shell, full commercial space. This gives us optionality on the back end. If they're right and retail just doesn't exist, this solves their problem. But I think it also solves all of our problem in being able to deliver a mixed-use project with really, really viable commercial space as part of it.
At what point in the process would you make that determination? Where in the development process are you actually soliciting the retailers? So are you going to build these as retail spaces and then potentially convert them once they're built? You would not be built.
They'd all be built as commercial spaces. They all have hood shafts going to the roof for cooking hoods. They all have commercial services, water, electricity, all that, flat slabs, big storefronts, high ceiling heights, 60-foot depths. They're all built as true commercial shells to be really attractive, leasable commercial spaces. They're also designed so that we can come in and add these bathrooms and things to make them residential if we have to down the road. We're talking to retailers right now.
Okay.
It's a little bit early to be getting real lease commitments because if we get this approved in December, we probably start construction in March. Right now we're working on construction documents, hoping that this gets approved. So based on that fast track schedule, we probably can start construction somewhere in the March timeframe, and then it's about a 2-year build out for the whole project. The first ground floor spaces will deliver about 14 months in, I think.
Okay.
So we're looking at blocks 10, 11, and 6 delivering about 14 months into that process. So then you're talking about March, April, May, May, June of 2021 would be the first openings for that plaza at block 6, block 10, and 11.
Just before the bridge.
Right with the bridge, perfect timing. and then the rest of the project follows along in the next year.
Okay.
So we are actively trying to lease space right now. We will be trying to actively lease commercial space for the next 14 to 18 months. If the space delivers and we get certificates of occupancy, we're totally done, and there aren't any retailers at all interested, which I, again, do not think is going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
But if that was the case, we would start seriously considering the live work thing and getting pricing on it. I would assume we still wouldn't actually start work on improving the live work units for another 6 months after that, based on, we'd still have to get permits, get new pricing, all that stuff. So it would be a fair amount. You know, we're going to build it as commercial. We're going to lease it as commercial. This is just providing flexibility in the very unlikely event that we absolutely can't lease it to commercial users.
I think you answered this question, but I just want to make sure that, you know, the record's clear, that I'm clear. In no event is somebody's living room going to be on Main Street in any of these units.
No. No, this is
their bedroom and
no,
their main residential access point off of Main Street, correct?
Correct.
That would only be a commercial entrance.
These units that are on block 6, because they don't have a back door, because the back is the garage, this front door is the only door that the unit has. So that's both residential and commercial. But certainly the workspace is required to be in the front on the ground floor. That is a commercial entry door. The resident just has to use it too. On these units where you have a back of the building that's open to the daylight, the residential entry is here on the back and workspaces on the front on Main Street.
So show me on the map which ones are which.
So all of these units, you can see they're a little bit longer. Blocks 9, 10, and 11 are that single-story unit that you have residential access out the back, or out the south side of the building, facing the parking. And then block 6, where these are shorter, and there's a garage behind here. There's no daylight at the back of that unit, so everything faces the front. So these right here, these blue, would be both residential and commercial access off the front.
So going back to my initial question, I just want to make sure, particularly for the block where there is the back entrance, that you would write some sort of a provision into a lease saying you can't let the storefront sit empty.
Yep.
And just so you know, it will be almost impossible for us to enforce. So just throwing that out there.
Okay.
It's just somebody sets up, you know, a couple platters for sale. I mean, there's nothing, you know, okay, they've got their commercial property and it's, you know, it's open, you know, one Saturday every quarter.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Right.
That wouldn't be in our best interest either. I mean,
I know, these are expensive.
They're going to be, it's expensive, and we want this to be an active center that attracts lots of people who want to lease it at really high rates, right? And so we're going to do everything we can to make it that attractive center that's walkable and interesting and drives that kind of prosperity for the whole center and for the whole area. We will, and you know, you probably can't condition it, and maybe there's no way to do that, but just based on our own interests, we will make sure that if they're built out as live work in the first place, we will make sure those workspaces are used for work and are open a certain amount of time and are furnished appropriately and have appropriate signage and the front doors unlocked a normal amount of time. You know, we're going to do everything we can to make those workable for the people who use them, but also attractive for everyone else in the center that comes here and uses the rest of the space. We still have, you know, from RC Superior's perspective, we still have blocks 2, 5, and 8 to sell to potential office, hotel, and theater uses. You know, we're going to do everything we can to make this vibrant. It's going to be this vibrant entertainment district where you have food trucks, you have farmers markets, you have commercial uses all along Main Street. It's going to be an awesome place. We just have to get it financed.
Yeah, and I hear everything you're saying. Where I just get nervous is in this, what we're saying is a worst case scenario that we can't lease it as retail. Makes me nervous that somebody could say, great, you know, I'll take the bet. We already know retail is not apparently doing well in this scenario. So what happens if somebody just goes and lives in the back and doesn't put anything in the front?
Yeah, but the question that we need to be asking is, what does the zoning currently allow, which, at least as I'm understanding it, already allows this kind of worst case scenario where there is this flex space component based on the PD Amendment 3.
Yeah.
At least on those in
the green areas.
On some of them. Yes.
On some of them, on not all, right? Because on some there's a commercial ground floor restriction on part of the flex space, but on the other, the more western,
so all the
halfway through to the west.
Right. All the green here, which I don't know if you can see it, but all the green here is that live work zoning in the existing PD. Everything outside of the green is required commercial under the existing PD. So we're, you know, these blue spaces, and it's really just a function of the way our buildings lay out and giving up those corners for dedicated commercial as opposed to having live work there too. We're just shifting basically, if you look at it, we're shifting this box of what was allowed to be partially live work into the middle of the building so that it doesn't take the corner, which is a better design solution in the case that it did go live work.
So I appreciate the fact that we're getting some certainty here, and I appreciate the fact that the corners are being committed to be commercial uses, as opposed to right now where we have this ambiguous description that may or may not be commercial, right? That corner on the east side of, what is it, Block 6? The east, next to the plaza, right? That's currently the leasing center. So there was a comment made during public comment tonight. That, to me, seems like a prime piece of real estate that you could use for a commercial use, and seems like a potential missed opportunity. It's currently designated as commercial in the PD Amendment 3. If we move the leasing center to one of those kind of flex spaces and didn't cannibalize, a corner lot there, that to me would be an improvement on what's being proposed.
Sounded like the belief was that the leasing space would really help activate the downtown square with activities and such.
Yeah, so we put a lot of thought. I mean, that's one of the most important design considerations for the residential project, which is the driving force behind this FDP. For one thing, it's important that leasing office is easily accessible and visible, and driving new leases for these apartments year round. But also, it does provide almost 24/7 activation. This is going to be a 3-story tall lantern, this open space, this big, gorgeous, really nicely finished space with people coming and going all the time. It's likely more active than most of the commercial uses would be. And certainly the lights are going to be on more often. There is, in our plan, there's a co-working space amenity for residents down here. So you'll have that commercial sort of co-working use on that ground floor. There's also, lounge and coffee bar and all those kind of amenities along with the leasing office. It's a really vibrant, bright, active use to hold that corner of the plaza and to activate the plaza. So, we think it's kind of mutually beneficial. And it also, from a design standpoint, just works really well with the adjacent civic space, that you have this whole side of the building that's sort of too...
I mean, I like the design of the building, and I agree that, as a lantern and activating all that sounds great. The problem is that it's drawing people who are leasing spaces in that particular building. It's not drawing anybody who's not leasing in that building. And if you're trying to attract and kind of invigorate, people who don't live in that one particular, large leased building, it just seems like it's a missed opportunity. And, I think that's probably why the PD Amendment number 3 said that it was going to be a commercial use on all sides, because it's a prime piece of real estate right on the plaza. And it just, I understand the logic here, but I just disagree with it. I think that it could be better used if it was actually used as an attraction that everybody would want to visit, as opposed to just the tenants in this particular building who are going to the leasing center because they need to pay their HOA dues or something.
Well, it's also it's the elevator. So the second floor has a fitness center, which serves the entire project. It has the elevator up to the pool deck, which serves the entire project. It's going to be actively used year-round by all of the residents of the community. It's not just people coming to make a lease or sign their HOAs or whatever. It's truly the amenity. It's the hub. It's the heart of the project.
But if I remember correctly, they can also enter that building kind of back from the apartments, correct?
This is the only elevator up to the pool deck, which is off of that leasing space, which comes.
But I guess, there's an interior door as well, right?
There's doors into the garage from kind of all sides of the building. You could certainly walk into the building from the north end and walk through the building to this corner.
Right.
But at some point, every resident, if they want to use the amenities, are going to come into this space and up that elevator. So it's going to be.
So they have to go outdoor to get into that space?
No, there's a back door into the garage.
And that's the part that I don't. They're not going to be coming through the square and entering this. It's going to be almost like I don't think that this particular door that we're looking at
is going to get used very much, because to Mark's point, we're not going to have,
Well, if you're on 9, 10, 11, you will, because they're across the street.
actually, yeah, those guys
So
would.
they're coming straight in that door. If you live in this building, obviously you're not going out to come back in, but you are going to come into that lobby every day to go up to your unit, usually. I mean, or unless you're, I guess, parking in the garage. And then, potentially people in the northern blocks do come in. But I think most people want to walk down the plaza and see the people outside and enjoy it. You don't want to walk through a parking garage. You're going to walk down the nice, well-lit promenade with the music playing and the restaurants and stuff and come into this door.
I'll tell you, I get you're using the word activated, activating the space, and I appreciate the word, but it feels like it's there as a commercial for the apartments, right? And this is our downtown core, and we need to get it right. And I get that the apartments are, we don't have a retail downtown core standalone by itself. That's not going to exist. So we need the apartments. The apartments need some advertisement. It feels like we may need to get some flexibility from you around whether or not that has to be there. And if we're hearing from you, that advertisement for the apartments, and I know, okay, it's going to activate the space and it brings people, but from my perspective, it's an advertisement for the apartments. It is I like Mark's phrase, it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity for the community. It's great, I like the phrase live, work, play. People that live in that community can work and play in that community, but we're not building Main Street for the 1,400 dwelling units. We're building Main Street for the entire town. And this is a pretty exciting corner right at the plaza. And, tucked in the side is a community amenity, which is great. And I'm sure we'll talk about that. But, we've transitioned from live, work, flexibility into this. I personally might be able to get comfortable around the live, work, flexibility, but the zoning change around this block, it feels like another big ask.
So honestly, in our perspective, a leasing office and everything we're using this for is a commercial use. Professional offices is one of the allowed uses under commercial space in the PD. This is a professional office to lease apartments. You could easily consider this a commercial use and not require any variance for it. In an attempt to be flexible and work with staff and not be adversarial, we've said, okay, call it residential if you want, ask for the PD amendment, that's fine. However you want to treat it is fine. It is very important, and I think, I love being flexible and I want to do everything I can for you, but this is sort of a non-negotiable point. This needs to be here for a couple of reasons. One, it's too late and too expensive for us to make that change to the building right now. And for another, it is important to have that be really visible and accessible from the apartment standpoint. But third, from a design standpoint, and agree to disagree, but if this is a retail space, and I've seen this before, this has happened on other projects I've done, we actually did a space exactly like this for a retail use in San Antonio Center in Mountain View. Nice big tall space, big windows lit up. We did renderings just like this to sell it to the town, and it got approved and everything. And then Starbucks leased it. They put a hard cap ceiling in here, and this space is dark all the time, and it looks like crap. Because it's a retail space, they only want a typical 12-foot storefront, and they're not willing to do this really cool finished thing. This, as we have it proposed, is this really highly finished, really amenitized, gorgeous piece of architecture anchoring the plaza that's going to be active all the time. This is a better use for that corner than a traditional retail space, and I've seen that before, and I really do believe that. So this is important for us.
I think it is important. I think it's important for the success of that building to have that there. There was some mention of 50% turnover every year in these apartments, and that's typical with rental units. And you need a strong presence on an ongoing basis to make that successful. And it's a great looking corner. And I think we're making the assumption that commercial means retail means sales tax generation, but if you think about any retail location, there are businesses in there that generate sales tax, and there are plenty of businesses that don't generate sales tax, but we still love them because they, an art gallery that someone rents to display their art, they might not sell much of anything, but it's drawing people. It's a place of interest. It looks attractive. There's service businesses that don't generate a lot of sales tax, but they are generating foot traffic, and they're just providing diversity. So I think we sometimes get hung up on this idea of every single commercial space has got to generate sales tax, and it's not realistic, and I don't think that's. I think we want a variety of businesses.
I don't think we're getting hung up on it, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to get back to the intent of this development when it was initially proposed to the town, right? And when it was approved by this board. And what people got behind was the idea that we were going to have a vibrant, walkable downtown, right? And what does that mean? That means that you've got shops and restaurants and bars and bakeries and cafes and all the sorts of things that a vibrant downtown has, which I believe Bill wants to deliver. And I trust you that you want to deliver that, because you want this to be as much of a success as we want it to be. Now it's just a question of, well, what do we do from a planning perspective and from a land use perspective to make sure that we're going to get there, and that we're going to work with you and not throw a wrench in your financing plans. But at the same time, we need to get the certainty that we can say with a straight face to our residents that, yeah, well, when they were asking for changes, we made sure that these changes were actually in the best interest of the project and are actually going to lead us to a successful downtown. Because what we don't want to have is we don't want to have a partially completed development with a number of vacancies. We don't want to have a completed development with a number of vacancies. We want to have a vibrant, successful downtown. So how do we make that happen?
And I think that's what this is. I will play devil's advocate here, and I'll jump on Bill's bandwagon. I think the word activate gets thrown around too much. But in this case, that is truly what this does. You look at what our rental community is here. The majority of them are on the backside of Block 6. They're on the backside of Block 7. They're dispersed a little bit onto Blocks 10, Blocks 9, and Blocks 11. A very small percentage of that is actually within this building structure that the leasing office will be in. If I'm one of those folks that lives in this rental community, I want to use and have access to everything I'm already paying for. That includes that pool, that includes the workout facility, that includes this co-working space. I actually use everything that I'm paying for. So this is drawing me, a owner of this, or a renter in this facility, to our downtown core. It's giving them a reason to walk down to this exact specific area. And while I'm doing that, maybe I'm going to stop and grab a coffee. Maybe I'm going to stop and grab lunch when I'm done. I mean, it is driving more foot traffic than we would be seeing otherwise. I mean, beyond that, if it's just another store on the corner, I'm only going to go there if I specifically want to go to that store, or happen to want to go to another one of the stores, which I'll go to anyway. This is giving people a reason to leave their apartments and go and actually move throughout the downtown core.
And Ken, I completely agree with you. I think where I've been struggling is trying to understand why it's that east corner of Lot 6 and not the west corner of Lot 6. Just because of the proximity to the plaza, and my own history with apartments and condos and rentals for 20 odd years before I bought a house. I never go through once you own a place, the number of people going through the rental center is very, very small. As a transit point, as a private gym, yeah, there'll probably be people going through there. I've just been struggling with understanding why it's on the east versus the west corner.
And I think that's the concern I have. That is literally the most active external part of downtown Superior. And if this was something sitting in the middle of Denver, Colorado, which is a big city and has lots of corners that have to be activated off dozens of blocks. This is one of the most critical corners in our community because it faces out on the plaza and it faces out on the park. So for it to be this active corner that really only serves the 400 people who, or whatever the number is, that live in that apartment complex, just feels like we're kind of slapping our residents in the face because we wanted this whole area to be activated for the entire town of Superior. So I think the building, you know, I think it's great looking, but I think you've put it on the wrong corner to really make a difference to what we've committed to the residents of the town of Superior. And that in particular, I think about the folks who have bought the houses in downtown Superior already. They really don't want to walk down the street, and the first thing they see is the rental facility for an apartment complex. So, you know, I think you put it on the wrong end of the building, and I'm not supportive of it.
And just to quickly respond to that, it's on the east side because that is more central to the project. You know, if you put it on the west side, this becomes a pretty good walk for the people that live on the east end of the project and the northeast end of the project. We're trying to provide, you know, this is all of the amenities for the entire residential community, which makes sense. We're also trying to draw more people down Promenade to make that a more active space. I mean, you know, I don't want to use the word activation too much that it's trite, but really, that is a huge part of placemaking. It's forcing people to get out here and walk through these spaces and walk by the retailers and create that foot traffic. And that's what this location does.
If you want to have the activation, then great. Let's talk about putting the community center there, right? The community amenity. I mean, that will activate the space. So, I mean, let's not go too far with the activation. I get what this is, that it's a, you know, I mean, I think Ken is supportive. I mean, there's a lot of, how many total, I should know, how many total apartments are there?
382.
Yeah, 382 apartments that are going to be, you know, rent between $2,800 and $4,100 a month, probably an insane amount of rent. You have to have high-end amenities with the free coffee and the pool and a co-work space and Wi-Fi, and I get what that, you know, you want a mini clubhouse feel to it for a selling point, but we will miss the opportunity to make that truly part of our community. And instead, the community amenity is next door to it, and it's going to look like the junior clubhouse.
I don't think that's right. I mean, so we put the community amenity where it is because that's where you asked for it in that last meeting. It is truly that heart of the plaza. It's the back corner of where the plaza and the promenade and everything intersects, which we do think is another activating use for that side of the plaza. You know, I just wanted to point out, just because that one corner is a residential amenity, there are lots of other corners that are going to be, I mean, this is what we're bringing. This is a great project. This is going to be so awesome. We really shouldn't, I hate to get sidetracked on having an appropriately located residential leasing center and lobby. This is that west end of the building, which is a better retail location because it's, as you're driving in the project, the retailers will all want this corner, which is one of the first corners you see as you're coming into the project. This corner and this corner will be the first to lease, I promise. They always are. So you know, that was another reason not to put it there, because it's a more successful retail space than this is. This also has, you know, street frontage, which retailers like, where this has plaza frontage, which retailers do not like. This has, there were lots of reasons that we put it here, but ultimately it's important to us that it be here. You know, I hope we can get past that point.
So I think that it may be a missed opportunity, but ultimately this is your development, this is your money, and, you know, part of it, I need to defer to your judgment on how you want to, you know, design your buildings invest your resources. The thing that concerns me the most is, and you know, this is hindsight being 2020, and had I been on the board in 2014, I would not have supported a Main Street that was not 100% commercial. And that to me is my paramount concern. And it sounds like you share that concern, and you share the intent to make it 100% commercial, notwithstanding the, you know, the live work aspect of it. So I guess I'm willing to be okay with you know, the southeast corner on this block being the leasing center, if we could get an additional commitment on some of those live workspaces just being purely commercial. So I'm not sure what the count is on the total number of live workspaces, but if we can, you know, every live workspace that we can get rid of and make a commercial.
So unfortunately, I should have waited to do that exercise until we talked to you, because we did. So it's kind of hard to see on this. We originally came in, and I originally presented to our financing partners a plan that all these light blue were also potential live work. So you know, you can see all the extra spaces, and then these ones in the middle of Block 11. With Planning Commission having a strong reaction to it, and town staff not supporting it with that much, we took another hard pass at it and said, okay, exactly, like, what's the very minimum I need to make loan payments on the construction loan? If, again, this is not going to happen, but if there's no retail space, no one's going to lease commercial, I can't make a single dollar off of any of the ground floor commercial space, how many of these spaces have to be live work to generate enough money to pay the loan payment? And this is an exact number, very specific calculation that, you know, that's why we ended up here. Again, I would love to keep negotiating, and maybe we should have waited to do that negotiation and shown you the higher thing and then backed it off. But this is, I'm worried if I take even one more of these spaces away, now I just can't get project financing and the whole thing dies. And that's the worst case scenario, right? And I can't control that. So I don't think I can barter that.
So, well, they can sharpen their pencils, and I mean,
It's a pretty sharp pencil.
If this project gets approved, there's a lot of money to be made selling a lot of the residential, leasing all this space. I'm confident that you could still get your financing.
I'm really not, honestly. I Boy Scouts honor, I'm really not.
So I feel like we're kind of getting to splitting hairs here. I think we've got a lot of big other issues to discuss and ask questions on it. I think we're kind of getting caught.
I think this is a good just anchoring point, though, for this discussions going forward. I mean, while I may disagree about the leasing office location and whatnot, there's a lot of asks in this. There's a lot of variances. I mean, I think in Stephen's memo, there were 4 pages of variances and clarifications that were needed from the board. This is more than I've seen in the year I've been, but I, as an active participant and watching over the past several years, this is the most I've ever seen. I think where you're telling us you need concessions from us to get your financing to make this work, we need to be able to get some concessions to be able to sell this to our community. I don't know if I'm there yet, and I need to be hearing ideas along the way of how are we going to sell this to the rest of Superior, not just downtown Superior, not just the residents in this apartment complex. We need to sell it to everybody. So that's
absolutely no, and I totally appreciate that. And you guys know I'm just sort of a broker here, right? I'm trying to make you happy. I'm trying to make financing partners happy. I'm trying to put all these different pieces together to deliver a super complicated and really exciting top of the line project, which is unlike basically anything else that exists here. I think, this is a great project based on all my experience in past projects that we've done. This is going to blow your socks off, really. If we want to talk about, and I'll tell you where I can give. If you want to ask for other things, I can't even think of what we can give, but I'm happy to give where I can. I'm just telling you the places that I can't and still be able to get the project done. Because the worst case scenario for everybody, I think, is to end up with an approval that we can't finance And now we've just wasted millions of dollars on all the design and entitlement work. You've just wasted years of time. It starts over with potentially somebody brand new. I've got to, as RC Superior, find a new developer to do this, which is going to take another 4 years. I mean, I don't want to end up there, and I'm trying to guide all of us in the right direction. So I'm happy to work with you where I can.
So I think along those lines, I think, Ken, you're right. There were a lot of variances that were requested in here. As I was going through them, though, I was okay with a lot of the variances. And I understand others on the board may not be. So maybe we can kind of go down the list of which ones aren't we okay with, talk about those, see if there's a possibility of changing some of those.
I think that would be useful in our remaining time here, because we're going to continue this to the next meeting, but if there's things that the majority of the board does not support, we need to know about it now and not 3 weeks from now when it's kind of really time critical. So now is the time to dig through the notes and see what.
One of my first ones, Bill, Kevin, I think it's one you were looking for when we were doing the flybys, the residential wall signage on that main building. I know that was one staff had asked for guidance on. I would personally want to see that be very small in size.
We're talking about here?
Not lit.
We're talking about here and here? Is that what we're talking about? Or which one?
Yes.
Yeah, and the intent there is to just provide some signage opportunity for, this is going to be one of the main entrances to downtown Superior as soon as that bridge is built. Mm-hmm. And this is obviously the front door, so we want to provide an attractive, appropriate, welcome, sign with the project. It's intended to be,
So maybe to clarify, is it intended to be a welcome to downtown Superior, or is it intended to be a lease this apartment?
It's intended to be a whatever lofts at downtown Superior, or whatever the branding for the project ends up being. But certainly very refined and high design. It won't be like internally lit channel signage. It would be, if lit at all, it would be like gooseneck fixtures or something like that. That's softer and upscale. Feels really nice, and that's just to provide some visibility for the project into the park and from people entering off of Marshall Road. I think Stephen proposed a maximum 35 square feet, which would be 3 by 7 or something like that, which is pretty small when it's up 3 stories. And then the other area the only other area we talked about signage is potentially this corner, which again, from the field, maybe from 36, although it's not going to be super visible. If you look over, you would see some signage there. Same kind of thing, understated and relatively small, and not internally lit. So the vision there is something that adds to the design, not detracts from it.
So the ask from staff for this was, are we okay with the size and the lighting? I would really prefer for it not to be lit, particularly as we're looking at that corner you just pointed out. We've heard concerns from Louisville residents around lighting on the sports stable with signs. So I want to be sensitive to lighting that corner that they could potentially get affected by the light.
Are you talking about the east corner, the east building?
Yes.
I think more than Louisville, we got a hotel diagonal up there from, so it is definitely a concern I had as well.
Mm-hmm. To be clear, the lighting that I'm talking about, like a gooseneck fixture, is going to be probably dimmer than a street light.
It's the same as what we have on the sports table right now for the Superior Medical Center.
For the Superior Medical signage, yeah, exactly. So it's not internally lit. It's not like blinding like Costco sign. It's It's you honestly, from the hotel or from across the freeway, you definitely won't notice.
No, it's a good clarification because those gooseneck fixtures, they emanate very little light.
Yep. Yeah, and if we want to condition that to be that would be called externally lit from above, that'd be fine with that.
Okay.
It's nice to have some lighting because it actually adds to the architecture. It can make it feel a little more upscale, and its architectural lighting is nice. But I'm fine with saying it's not an internally lit channel letter that's like a big ugly flashing thing,
Yeah.
It would look good.
So are there other conditions? I have a block 4 restaurant question, but I'd like to, before we go there, I'd like to see if there's other variances that board members are concerned about that we want to make sure we kind of get on the table and see where everybody else is with them?
I have, oh, sorry, go ahead, Neil.
I was only going to say, I mean, if we just go straight in order from Stephen's memo.
Yeah,
Yep.
that'd be easier.
The easiest thing, because we jumped to
Mine's
number
in that
5, but
order,
number
so
1
that's
was the block lengths, right? You know, I don't have a concern with the block lengths. I think that the layout has been sort of a good workaround, but that's just me.
So I think one of the pieces that goes into this conversation that we haven't really touched on yet is the lack of public access easements.
Yeah.
That's part of being able to get around, that's part of why the block length restriction is there, to ensure it's a walkable community. Bill, do you want to talk us through why we're not getting any public access easements here and why this is being treated differently than prior?
Yeah, so we have actually, since the Planning Commission and since the original application at Stephen's request, we have agreed to provide an additional public access easement here at Midspan on Block 6 to break up the block between the Block 6 wrap building and the garden style residential project to the north. So that provides public access from Marshall Road into the project intersection with Promenade, which is a platted Metro District parcel, so obviously already open to public, and then down to the plaza, which is also open to public. So as you look at the block, the true platted public access is sort of outlined, the plaza up through the Promenade, and then out through the middle of Block 6. This parking lot, we don't want to provide a public access easement because we need to be able to maintain that parking lot as a parking lot to serve this retail or commercial use, which may have signed, time limits, maybe 15-minute only parking here, maybe electric vehicle only parking here. We can't do any of that if we put a public access easement over it. And so we've not proposed putting any true public access easements over this parking lot or in the middle of this block. But in functionality and in use, it's going to be an open public commercial parking lot like you would see at any other commercial center that obviously people are going to walk through.
I don't.
Yeah, do you agree with that statement? I don't.
No.
Why not?
Well, how come you can't put a public access easement on? Most parking lots are privately owned and have public access easement on.
Most don't have public access easements on them. Maybe on drive aisles, most have reciprocal access easements between private users, which we will have here. In the case that we ever split the ownership of this, it would have a reciprocal access easement between the two private owners. But the public access easement means basically the town owns that piece of land or those parking spaces or that piece of drive aisle now from a use and kind of regulation standpoint. I own it and I have to maintain it, obviously, but I can't do anything as far as signage or control or permits or any of that stuff that I need to be able to do in this context with all the shared parking that we're talking about. We need to be able to maintain this as a commercial center. Also, as I lease retail spaces, they're going to require that they have private, just like Costco does, just like Target does, just like every other retailer does. They're going to want their certain number of spaces outside their building that they know they have control over.
So I think one of my concerns is the exact same concern you just said, but from the town perspective. I want to make sure that, parking is going to be so important here, and we're going to have so many more stakeholders coming in from all across town that we need to make sure the parking works well, the meters are right, and whatnot. I guess where my assumption is that's something that the town would have more control over, and you're saying, no, that's something you want control over, and that's your responsibility, and really the town doesn't have a say in that then.
Yeah, right, and that's that's pursuant to the PD, and this is private land that we're paying a lot of money for and buying as private land. Just like, any Belmar, any commercial shopping center has a parking lot. It's owned privately by that retail property owner, and they manage their parking. The town has public right-of-way, which is the streets and all of the parking along here that the town controls. You can meter those. You can do whatever you want with those. I can't control that, but I can control the private parking, which is on private property. And that's PD has never shown any public access easements across here. It's not a dedicated right-of-way. It's developable land pursuant to the PD.
And it's not going to be funded by a Metro District?
It won't be funded by the Metro District. We are talking about building true public parking in the structure and dedicating that to the Metro District which would be funded by the Metro District, but it would be owned and maintained by the Metro District for public parking. And that's so that we won't own that piece of it.
So can we talk about that piece a little bit then?
Sure.
So we're in the parking garage. My understanding is that you will be leasing spots to residents. How are we making sure that a resident is just using one of those public spots instead?
So there's roughly 300 spaces in this parking garage, about 200, and I'm rounding the numbers,
right.
But roughly 300 spaces, 200 of them are going to be public, 100 at the very top are going to be residential. We'll continue to own, and those won't be funded by the Metro District. So those 100 at the top will be permit parking. Those will be either a sticker system or a license plate scan system or some kind of a control system that we know who's parking there and can control that. Likewise, we will come up with controls, and locker parking can probably come up with more ideas here than I can, but how to keep residents out of commercial spaces. Obviously, one thing is to say 2-hour maximum or to have some kind of validation required. If we do put stickers on our residents' cars, we know what residents' cars are, and we can tag them if they're not parked in a resident space. There's a lot of ways to handle that,
right?
And we'll get into that. And the Metro District will patrol. We'll control that issue on their parking, which is the lower 3 floors of that parking structure.
So we're talking about enforcement mechanisms now. You're going to need somebody going through and actually checking if it's 2-hour parking, if it's meter parking, whatever. Who pays for that enforcement mechanism?
On the private areas, it would be us. On the Metro District areas, it's probably the Metro District. That's going to be pursuant, just like this parking structure is owned by the Metro District, but subject to a use easement for the medical office building. It's probably going to be subject to some agreement between the Metro District and the private property owner, where we'll agree to terms and cost splitting and all of that kind of thing.
And this is, I understand what you're saying, but this is one of those areas that's still making me feel uncomfortable because we can foresee problems, and I have no way of impacting a solution here. I mean, if we can come to the Metro District and say, hey, we're getting complaints from our residents that the people who live in the apartments are parking in the public parking all day and they can't get in, and now we can't have people getting to our retail, and all of a sudden we're actually having a problem with our commercial core. We have absolutely no power to influence that, and that's, I suppose, where I'm getting a bit hung up.
And it goes beyond just a garage. I mean, my concern has been Creekview Drive is closer to the north end of lots 6 and 7. Those public spots become very convenient private spots.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And this is one of the reasons that I don't have a development agreement for you all to look at, because this is one of my major concerns. So, and I don't have any feedback from, I'm listening right now to your feedback. I had no way to draft anything because I don't know what to do.
I mean, the end of the day is this is a shared parking district. Some of the spaces are owned publicly, some of the spaces are owned by the Metro District, and some of the spaces are owned privately.
But I do think we need to clarify what's what, and I don't have any indication of what's what, other than, okay, that's a private parking lot. That's I guess a semi-private parking lot or a semi-public parking lot. The structure, so the structure will be
public and private.
That'll be public and private. The other apparently is going to be all private.
Everything else on private property is private parking. It's very simple. There's no. I mean, it would be difficult if you tried to start confusing things with people grappling over other people's property and things. And that's part of the reason we didn't want to provide even more public access easements sort of crisscrossing the area. It just creates too much burden on maintenance, and now you have your landscape guy doing this 5 feet and our landscape guy doing this 5 feet. It just becomes
I'm personally going to have a lot of questions about parking. I feel a little unprepared. Unfortunately, the presentation we got was really good and detailed. We didn't have that presentation in advance, or at least it was not
wasn't part of the package.
Sufficiently in advance for me, and I just looking around the room, I don't think any of us reviewed that. So I think we're going to.
Sounds like you have to come back next time.
Pretty significant questions.
Sure.
Well, I think the other piece that would be helpful for me is that chart with, obviously not all that, but I need to know exactly what's private, you're viewing as private parking, what you're viewing as private because right now it's just a bunch of gray spaces for me, and I don't have a good definition. Even though I've read all these materials, I just read through and I went, oh my God, because parking is my obsession. And I couldn't figure it out.
And the presentation tonight was useful, and it sells the points of shared parking, but I think what would be useful is a parking plan. I mean, I don't see how this works without 2-hour parking or potentially paid parking. I mean, I need to know how this is actually going to work.
Well, yeah, I mean, and unfortunately, that is always, and it has to be an evolving discussion, and that we continue to control. No matter, I've seen this before, no matter how you design it, you're going to change it, because there's always an issue somewhere that you didn't expect it, that you have to control and add new signage or add new permits or whatever. And it's just, you need to be able to respond to it.
And that makes sense, but we haven't even had the discussion. We don't even have a starting place. I mean, I don't know what you guys are envisioning. Is there the thought to have 2 hours? Is there no 2 hour? I mean, those are the questions that I think.
So the thought is to control resident parking with a permit system, whether it's stickers or license plates. We're going to have reserved residential parking areas. For example, in the middle of these blocks, that's only residential parking, so it's not commercial. And in the middle of these blocks 6 and 7, where it's surrounded by the residential buildings, those are just residential parking.
So you're saying people will need their sticker or license plate number or whatever to be able to park there. Right. So they're going to have a specific designated spot.
Not a specific designated spot, likely a specific designated block. So you'll have an orange sticker for block 6, and that means you can park anywhere on block 6 in the residential spaces. So that's how we're controlling the residential. The idea from the start will be to have all the commercial shared parking in Jeremiah's model just open. No controls, no issues, no problem. If it becomes a problem, then we start putting in enforcements that fix the problem. And we're going to be more incentivized by anybody. We're the retail property owner. We're the first people who hear about any problem with a resident parking.
Yeah, you know, people with orange stickers are going to park in the public spots.
Well, and that's the easiest thing to police, right? If you see an orange sticker in a public spot, you tell them or sign them.
Why would I buy an orange sticker?
Why?
Well, I'm not going to buy that.
How do you do that?
You can't tell somebody they can't.
It's our right of way.
Public space.
Well, of course you can. Well, that's why we need them to be private spaces.
No. We're talking,
the other direction. We can say no. When we sign a lease with a resident, we can say, you're going to get your parking permit. You cannot park in any space that isn't zoned for residential parking. And as long as they're on one of our spaces, we can control that.
But why would they buy that parking?
They're not on your space. They're on our space.
You're saying they just wouldn't buy a parking pass and they would park in the street?
No, they'll buy the parking pass. They buy the parking pass, but they don't feel like driving around looking for the orange space. So they park on Main Street. They park in the public garage.
Or it's their second car.
So Main Street, you can control however you want. Those are public spaces. You control those. You can put meters on them. You can put sign parking on them.
Right. Yes,
That's completely your.
This is what I worry about, that your lack of, it's a lot of data that we have not yet absorbed, but a lack of good parking, and the absence of a solid parking strategy is going to be the town's problem to solve.
So absolutely not. So do you have anything to, what's a solid parking strategy from our parking consultant?
He's going to start up to talk, of course.
Yeah, sure. So we did recommend the zone-based permit solution as an option to make sure that those residential areas are used efficiently. So that would be a hunting license for a zone. And I agree with you. I think that there's probably a parking management strategy that looks at 2-hour parking or metered parking on Main Street. There would need to be some sort of parking program, which I assume would be, a combination of the town and the district figuring out whether an enforcement person is needed or how that works. But typically you look at districts that are successful. Belmar's done metered parking in the highly desirable, on-street spaces and allowed for employee and long-term parking in the garages. If you read like some of the shoot materials, that's kind of the typically celebrated approach to, managing a district is to take your most desirable spaces, which is your on-street, and making sure those are turning over for your on-street patrons, and then ensuring that you've got some places for employees and they're accommodated in, the shared MOB structure, in some of the, some of the more remote areas, and then the residents have zone permits. The employees probably do as well. But some of this was, have they seen the shared parking study that was submitted with the Superior, the DTS Morgan Ranch?
It was part of the application.
Okay.
It's in there.
Okay, so there is a memorandum that has a couple of pages of parking management strategy in there. And, you know, some of these ideas are recommended in that section. So does that answer the question? In regards to the shared parking garage, we see a lot with virtual nested permits. So you can do a license plate camera, or you can do a dashboard tag. And there'd be a camera that would pick that up on the way into the garage, and then making sure that you're going up to the residential area as a permit holder. And then the garage manager, if you're parking in the public area, the parking manager will get a report that says, hey, this permit holder has not fully gone through. You can do enforcement at any level. You know, that person could get a courtesy notice. You can send somebody right away, or they can just get something on their monthly, you know, HOA invoice that says, hey, here's your reminder. You need to be parking the residential reserved area in the parking garage. So, and that can be done through a technology solution, either gated or ungated. There's options with, you know, LPR or the tag systems, the tag master that you would pick up on an AVI.
I think my concern is I hear these ideas, and I think we all have ideas. I want to see a plan. That's what I think is missing. I want you to tell us, what are you going to implement here? How are we going to make sure we don't run into these problems? I mean, because if we don't, it's going to be the town's problem to solve. And
I would definitely agree with that. And Bill, I think we've heard you as well, that it may need to evolve over time, but I think even seeing what does that initial plan look like, that would give me a lot more confidence. One of the things that was also mentioned in the packet was about the parking and traffic audits, to kind of look at our projections for traffic count. I really appreciated that idea. I'm excited that we're incorporating it. However, what I was missing is, once we do that audit, if it turns out that our projections are wrong, what happens?
That was my question as well.
Yeah, I mean,
because I was going to put that in the development agreement, but there is no, there's no second step.
I mean, like, great that we're going to check that. And I think similarly, great to have an initial parking plan, but, you know, both may change. What are we going to do, and what does that process look like? And one of the biggest things I'm concerned about with parking is, I think, what Ken's concern is around who is managing each step of this. Is it the town? Is it you? Certainly, we're all incentivized. You're getting the calls from retailers. We're getting calls from residents. And so I think we're both going to be hearing about it, but I'd like to get a little more clarity on what exactly are we going to do about it and who's on top of that.
Okay, we got about 15 minutes. Why don't we chip away at this?
No, I have one more comment on parking, since we're there. And Bill, you'll see this in the next packet. But there's a recommendation out of our advisory committee on environmental sustainability to incorporate electric vehicle charging stations, both commercial and residential. I didn't see any of that in the packet. Did I miss it, or are you proposing any, or where are we there?
No, we would do some. We don't have a formal application for a number of spaces or anything. Typically, especially on the commercial ones, we'll work with a third-party vendor who will come in and install those at key points, and like Volta or one of these guys, and they actually manage the stations so that we don't have to deal with maintenance and all that thing, and they figure out how you pay for it's a whole separate vendor thing. Some of them will actually come in and install for free in the exchange for their ability to operate that as a little business. So we just haven't gotten there as far as number of spaces. We do plan to certainly have some for both residential and commercial uses. And then obviously, Tesla's here. We've been reaching out to them to see if there's any opportunity to integrate Tesla charging stations into our project. We don't know if there is or not. So it's not fully baked for me to say, yeah, there's one space right here.
And that's fine. It's something that I'll be looking to condition as part of the approval. So if it's top of your mind, if you want to write that condition anyway and get that in to your comfort level, probably save some time.
And as a non-Tesla electric car owner, I prefer a non-Tesla spot.
Yeah. The recommendation from our advisory committee is quite specific. I am sure we can get it into your hands quite easily.
While we're on the subject of parking, I do want to at least appreciate the sheer volume of bike parking spots. I'm really impressed by that, the number of covered spots. It's definitely some forethought Although if I'm riding my bike to where I need to cover it, maybe I should just drive. A question, on the aggregate parking calculation, because I've seen nothing in terms of scooter or motorcycle parking. And I hate taking an entire spot up with my motorcycle, but it's just something to think about, as you guys start mapping things out. As we think about how people will get to downtown, I do hope to see some smaller vehicles that take up a lot less space than an SUV.
Yeah, usually those, I don't know if we have any scooter spaces or motorcycle spaces shown in our plans right now. Usually they end up getting tucked into the leftover space in the building garage where there's not space for a full parking space. And so you don't really know where those are until you get through CDs and towards the end of the project. But it's usually pretty easy to find a couple of those motorcycle spaces around, and it's a good way. I totally agree, they're important. So
let's talk about building orientation.
Yep.
Or concerns about this.
Sure.
So Bill, why don't you highlight for us all the buildings that you think do not orient towards the street?
So obviously these orient towards the promenade.
That's the old plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. These orient towards the promenade. The language in the town core is actually a little bit different on this subject. I pulled it up specifically to answer this.
Can we also zoom in on this a little bit more to see the building numbers?
Yeah.
That'll just help me match it to my notes. Thanks.
Can you see them now? Or?
Nope. Apparently my eyesight's not that good. There we go. That's better.
So the language in the design guidelines on 6.7A for the town core for building entrances, primary building entries must be directly accessible from a street or paseo and shall be either oriented to or easily visible from the street public way. So I think all of these buildings are directly accessible from a street or paseo and are visible from a street. To your point, I know where you're going, obviously. These two buildings do orient to a street. There are front doors out this way, but the broad face of the building faces a paseo. Obviously, these buildings, the broad face faces the pedestrian promenade, and then this one townhouse cluster faces the interior paseo and through the middle of block 9. We did make a change to the townhomes from the concept plan that you saw to make more of them more directly access to the street. If you remember, we had previously the rows going like this that had a green space going through the middle of each block. So we did lose somewhere around 5 units to do this. But it worked out because we kind of needed the additional space for parking anyway in the middle of the blocks. So this block is the only one that has any units that don't directly face a public right-of-way. In my opinion, that still satisfies the intent of the design guidelines being accessible from a paseo. This is going to have a really gracious pedestrian access off of Marshall Road there, and a nice big green space in front of them with attractive architecture facing it and a secondary circulation sort of alley with parking here. So I think personally that certainly all of the buildings meet the intent of the PD and the design guidelines.
Okay, anyone have anything?
Yeah, I think I'll start. I think building 602 is the one that's given me the greatest amount of pause, right there, right down at the bottom, right there. It's facing out to a 4-story building. I made Chase do the drive-through, fly-through. Those first 2 floors never get to see any sun. It's impossible. The relative width is not significant. Obviously, you guys are renting this space, and someone will pay, whatever it rents for. But those lower-level units are looking out, straight across a relatively narrow paseo with very little natural light. So that block, to me, is the one that just missed the guidelines by a mile with what the intent was. I think in the concept, we didn't have a wrap parking garage, and I think it at least allowed for a little more light to sort of penetrate into that area. But with the wrap garage, it's kind of a monolithic block on the south side, which makes it a challenge for 602.
else on building?
Yeah, and my concern is on, I just lost my orientation. It's down, slide.
Sorry.
Right, the one, the,
Sorry, I'm on the wrong slide
yeah,
here.
the Remington home that did not, you read that one. So I have, my view on this, I always knew that it would we'd have a very dense urban core, and then it would become less dense. And as it gets less dense, it becomes this walkable community. And this, there's no way, this is not a Paseo. I mean, this is, these are very expensive townhomes in a high-end urban community that are in the middle of a parking lot. And I know there's a little bit of green space and a parklet there, but the reality is this is completely inconsistent, in my view, from the design guidelines.
And I share that opinion, which is why during the flyover, I asked we stop there and see what are we looking at. You are literally just staring into another building right across the street. And I know we've granted this variance in the past, but in the past we've had courtyards, we've had it built around that. I mean, that's a very different story. I'm not nearly as comfortable with this one.
Well, and this, we could bring some graphics that show comparison to Block 13. This actually is a pretty generous green space, and there are residential units that face south on these buildings, so there's truly four-sided architecture on those things. And as you saw in that section that Bill showed, the front door of these units is probably 6 feet above the parking lot here, something like that. So they're really looking straight across into that, residential facade here, which is actually bigger distance than, for example, these units will be facing the units across the street on Block 25. These units face across, all these units face across the street. And you can see that separation is actually about double what you would see for, units facing across any public right-of-way. So I actually think this is going to be a really attractive, well-lit, well-landscaped area. And these will be premium units that are just super plugged into the town core, really walkable, feel really urban and cool. I don't think these are bad units at all.
But we're not convinced yet.
Right.
And I think that's part of the dilemma. I mean, to give all due respect to the gentleman from Remington, what we saw it didn't sell me. And this sells me even less. And, part of the problem we have here is you have presented a monster proposal. If we were looking at this Remington development all by itself, we would be probably on it more than we are right now. But because we've got this monolith that we're supposed to deal with in 2 board meetings, roughly, we would have given this probably 1 proposal. And I'm not sold. I think it's literally a bunch of buildings sitting in the middle of the parking lot.
Okay. I don't have a concern with it. Others?
I guess I agree that it does not comply with the design guidelines. Now, whether somebody wants to spend their money on it and build it, and somebody wants to spend their money on it and buy it, that's another question altogether. So I don't think it's our job necessarily to pass judgment on those questions. Our job is to pass judgment as to whether or not this is an acceptable variance over with the design guidelines.
Right, based on whether or not, so it's a great comment, right? But the question is based on whether or not it's an improvement, because I do think it is our job to make the determination whether it's an improvement, not just, well, it's up for the future residents to make that decision, because it's not just the future residents that are impacted, it's the current residents in downtown Superior, and it's the current residents in Rock Creek and Original Town and everywhere else. Is this what the entire community came out, literally so many people, we had to, go over to Monarch to take comments. And, hundreds of people, scores of people came out and provided comments based on the design guidelines. And, the 7 of us are are going to consider a variance from that. So it's not just up to, anyway. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fair point. I guess the question is, when we look at whether or not something's an improvement or not, do we look at it in isolation or do we look at it as an entire application? And that I don't know the answer to.
But
that's objective. To each your own. Is this in your mind an improvement, period? Is this an improvement in your mind, period?
So we've heard, there's examples where you said, hey, tremendous flexibility around the lighting, right? There's examples where you said it's a non-negotiable, it's a deal breaker location of that was the impression you left with us, non-negotiable deal breaker for the Leeson Center. Where does this building fit in that spectrum?
In the middle. It would be very expensive to lose units, and I think it's a bad design choice to lose units. If you think about being a member of the public and coming to eat at a restaurant here, and you don't find a space on Main Street here, you're going to turn right, come into this parking area. The way it's designed, you have this really attractive green space with the front door of residential units facing you. You have the front door of front patios of residential units facing you here. This feels like a really active, nice front of house parking area. If you take this away, I mean, it would be more similar to these blocks, which are okay. You would just, you'd have garage doors facing you. We could do more parking there, I guess, which is kind of unnecessary. But you have this big empty space that feels like not as nice as it could have felt if we do these units here. So from a design standpoint, I think it's...
We're almost out of time, but you completely lost me on that.
So
Yeah,
if you're here...
I thought those were private parking spots.
No, well, but they're for the retail. They're privately owned, but they're for the retail. They're publicly accessible. They just don't, they're not owned by the town and they're not subject to public use easement.
You need an entire do-over on parking.
Sure. Oh, and we talked about this last time. We didn't get it done. We'll bring you a color plan that shows exactly what color each space is, whether it's private, shared, or public.
And in advance so we can look at it beforehand, please.
Yeah, can you guys, Rachel, can you put that on the list for this week?
Thank you.
But but the aesthetics, so I'm glad to hear there's parking back there, but by taking out 7 townhomes, 6 or 7 townhomes, you don't lose parking. You could add,
you could add some parking, but this just feels like back of house now, which is not as exciting as if you have
but you could also add some additional, you could add another, quarter acre of green space and 6 more parking spots.
Yeah, but it's just facing garages. It just feels like back of house. It's not exciting space. It's where bad stuff happens.
Okay.
So I have a question. Yeah, I have a question with 1 minute left. I have a lot of concerns we didn't get to tonight that I now feel kind of guilty because at the next meeting, I'm going to basically be like, hey, I need you to fix this, this, and that, and you're not going to have a lot of time to react. Are we allowed to send those to Matt to pass on to the developer? Is that acceptable, Kendra?
I guess you can send them one by one. Yeah, you can't share them with each other.
Okay. But I can send my list to Matt and say, Matt, can you make Bill aware of this so that at least at the next meeting?
Yep.
Okay, great.
And let's have other board members do that too. If there's things that are really gonna, hang you up that we didn't get to tonight, let's please do that, just so we don't have surprises that we.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do on that, but if we don't, I want to be clear, if we don't conclude, I'm not going to be pressured into concluding by the second meeting or the third meeting.
Just to I don't want to cut you off, but you need a motion to continue this public hearing.
I make a motion to continue this meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Public hearing to December 9th.
Oh, sorry. Well, that too. I thought you were saying because
we have a motion to continue the public hearing to December 9th.
I will second the motion.
Trustee Lish, second by Trustee Skrzynski. All those in favor?
Wait.
Motion to continue the public hearing to December 9th.
December 9th.
Yes. No. To December 9th.
Nope.
Oh, we didn't even go there.
We can only go till 11.
All right. Motion and second. All those in favor? All right, Skwajenski, hold your hands up, please. Skwajenski, Ryan, Folsom, Lasis, Shaw, Hammerly. Opposed? Motion passes. All right. With that, we're adjourned.
What do you want to do?
So,
I was curious too. What do you mean?